it could definitely backfire, because wherever you push your F pawn, that's known as your golden pawn. You can see that black can castle legally because the bishop on c4, it doesn't actually appear at the g8 square. There's a pawn in between it. White will not be able to castle, at least not without getting that bishop off of c5, because it stares all the way through and you cannot legally castle through or into check. And I love that we just saw d5, Danya, because this is the most testing move. You are challenging White's center, attacking the bishop right now. I do think that White takes this pawn on d5. And if I'm not mistaken, I haven't brushed up my Vienna theory in a while, even though I like to play it in blitz chess, that I think black can also respond with a move like bishop g4 after pawn takes d5, just gaining a tempo against the white queen. But things get tactical very quickly in this opening.
Okay, during the break, I'll look this position up on ChessBase. I absolutely would not be surprised if we have like a Steinitz Zukertort game that reached this position. So if the first game to reach this was played, in the 19th century, I wouldn't bat an eye. But yes, I agree. I think e takes d5 is virtually forced from white. Let me just show why really quickly. Let's just go back to the move scene. If you play f takes e5, that's just not in the spirit of the position. I don't think it's a terrible move, but giving up the bishop like this, Robert, e takes f6, queen takes f6. Okay, then why are you playing the Vienna? Black just has a nice, stable initiative. There's a mate threat, and there's a bishop pair. So we're expecting e takes d5 from Wei Yi. And yes, I also seem to remember that bishop g4 is among black's possibilities. Black can also probably just recapture on d5. I'm also seeing knight g4 as a possible move. Oh my gosh, imagine if we get this position. Knight
this would be so fun, Danya, like to get these kind of knight f2. The queen's under attack, the rook is under attack. That's what we call a fork. But then the white queen steps forward and make sure it's now the e5 pawn is hanging. If you take the rook in the corner, is it the white king that's in trouble, still in the center without a rook, with the black king? Because after queen takes e5 check, well, I was gonna say, can you play queen e7 there, trying to swap the queens off the board, or was there some kind of tactical issue here? Maybe knight e4 comes to mind, just sort of these aggressive moves, or what's the?
Wow, there is a game here in Opening Explorer, knight to e4, and I think for newer players particularly, it's so important to remember that queen trade is not the end of the story, right? You've sacrificed a rook, yes, but you've got a couple pawns, and you're very likely going to win back the knight. So you're not actually sacrificing as much as it may seem. In that game, f6 was played, queen takes e7, bishop takes e7, bishop b3, and this is exactly what I'm saying, Robert. White's going to step forward with a king, White's going to recapture the knight on h1, and White's actually going to be up material, because at that point, you're going to have two pawns and a minor piece for the rook, and you're also going to have complete positional dominance in the center with just fantastic piece placement.
And black has developed nothing, right? There's a knight that stole a rook, and that's the one piece that's actually done something for black. The queen side is completely undeveloped. The black king cannot castle because the bishop on c4 now really does look into the black position, and the attack may even rage on. If that d-pawn goes up a square to d6 at some moment, that could be scary. So I'm with you. This looks excellent for white. And while you were talking before, Danya, I looked up a game. There is an Alexander Alyakin game against Sanchez Toca from a simul in Madrid. And it's so long ago that I don't see a year attached to this game. But
they hadn't invented time yet.
He lost with the white pieces in a simul stemming from this opening. So that's really fun. That game actually continued e takes d5, c takes d5. But that wasn't a continuation that registered with me, because I thought white would be able to play bishop b5 check. And once that move is thrown in, it does feel like white is probably going to be able to take on e5 next. But according to the engine off the side of the screen, knight c6, pawn takes e5. It looks, to my eyes, like a nice pawn that you capture, but with perhaps knight g4 coming anyway, black has sufficient counterplay and has a huge initiative.
Oh my gosh, and I just looked this up really quickly, and ChessBase, this position actually was reached in the STEM game. It actually was a Zukertort game. I was kind of joking. But Anderson versus Zukertort, Berlin, 1869 was the first instance of this position. The second one, by the way, was Rudolf Spielmann, who also played e takes d5. So We are following the greats here. And for the people who think that those guys in the 1800s didn't know what they were doing, maybe this will change your mind a little bit. You've got Wei Yi and Max Warmerdam following a game from 1869, and they're actually following that game. C takes d5 was featured in the first game to reach this position. The second game featured knight takes d5. I mean, I feel like the old guys must have studied these types of positions. They probably were better prepared than Max Warmerdam, ironically enough.
Max being one of the best prepared players on the planet. When I was commentating some of the earlier rounds with David Howell, David was saying that Max's preparation is pretty much universally appraised as like 2,700 plus. He has amazing openings, but unfortunately, it's been the late stage of his games that have cost him in Vaikunze. He lost an endgame deep down in an endgame against Gukesh. He lost that game against Parham Magsulu, which was unthinkable, thanks to some beautiful endgame magic from Parham after an opening that couldn't have gone any worse. So for Max, he's left points on the table. And Don, if I'm not mistaken, he's in his last 4 games, Max has 3 losses and a draw. So he started 3.5 out of 6. Now he sits at 4 out of 10. He's really not feeling it at this late stage of the event. And for Wei Yi, look at his score, 5.5 out of 10. He's actually in striking distance. If he can win this game, suddenly he's up at 6.5. That's where Nordebek and Gukesh entered the round at. And so Wei Yi has an outside shot at taking home first place, and at the very least, gaining some very important rating points for a player who has been a prodigy ever since he pretty much was born, and then kind of disappeared with his studies. He is from China, where he couldn't travel as much. Well, he's not just back. He's always been here. Don't forget about him. Don't sleep on him. He's such a dangerous player.
And he's incredibly stable. I mean, he always brings his A game. He's truly a universal chess player in the pure sense of that word. He's already won a lovely positional game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now he's trying to add another feather to his amazing wins at Tata Hat with perhaps a tactical victory. But of course, it's way too early to tell. We're only on move 6. And this game could go a million different directions, figuratively, but also literally in this position we've talked about. C takes d5, knight takes d5, knight g4. I think Max is going to take a good chunk of time to mull over all of the complications, try to reach deep into the recesses of his mind. Man, I remember when I studied that Anderson-Zukertort game 7 years ago. What was I looking at with my coach? Man, I do not envy Max. Plus, of course, Robert, you're dealing with the psychological pressure, the pain that these last 2 games have caused you. Man, that rest day must have been a difficult one to endure. All you want is to come back to the board and fight your way back to a victory. But you're going to have to do it against, these absolutely brutal super GMs who smell blood like a bunch of sharks who haven't eaten in a while.
Well, Wei Yi's a tiger. He was in the Shanghai Tigers in the Pro Chess League. It was a star for that squad. Okay, I am happy because Knight G4 was just played for. I thought that was you, Danya, and some of the analysis that we're talking about. But this game, there's no choice. It is sharp, but White is up a pawn. And now that pawn is defended on D5. Black could have recaptured there. Instead, opted for the more aggressive plan. There are many threats in this position. One of them is actually bishop takes knight on G1. Because once the rook takes back, queen h4 check. So White does need to be careful. We saw that stem game with knight hopping out to f3, taking care of both those problems at once. But the f2 square is juicy. It's available for Black's pieces, whether the bishop gives a check to keep the king in the center or the knight hops in with a fork. I think that Black needs to be more careful than White does, because if knight f3 is in fact played, Wei Yi is giving up material. And we saw the evaluations suggesting that White is actually the side in charge.
Yes, we might see a rook sacrifice if we behave ourselves. And of course, now it's Wei Yi's turn to think. You want to make sure that you're not confusing your preparation. Even if you're the most well-prepared person in the world, the price of a mistake in a position like this is incredibly high. So everything needs to be double, triple checked. So whether it's knight f3 or queen e2, you want to be slow, you want to be methodical. But what a treat. We have a Vienna. We have some incredibly exciting openings all around, Robert. An endgame with this upright pawn structure in Van Forest, in Ding versus Van Forest, a Vienna in this game. We have a mainline Grunfeld. We have something for everybody in this very, very important round 11 coming out of the rest day.
Love it. The chess that these players are bringing, it's a treat to watch and it's an honor to commentate. So why don't we leave Wei to his thoughts here, whether he'll develop his knight, whether he'll do something about all this pawn tension that exists on the board. But that game is with Wei, who's in striking distance, but there are two players that enter the round in a first place tie. That is Gukesh in the top left with the white pieces against Alireza, still opening theory. It's the Grunfeld, which I don't think Gukesh expected from Alireza. That's why he's spending so much time. And then second from the left on the bottom row is Nordebek Abdusattorov against Ju Wenjun. So, Daniel, those games, they're not as electric as some of the tactical skirmishes that we see. But maybe we should dive into our leaders and just see what's going on in one of those two games.
I'm getting word, Robert, that I have to overrule you at least once this broadcast, and I have to show you who the boss is. And the boss is our producer, Bick, and the boss is demanding a break. How do you like that?
Okay. Well, I listen to the producers, I listen to the team, and I enjoy the view from the playing hall. So while the players, some of them stretch their legs, some of them deep in thought, we will take a break, but when we return, the action continues here in the 11th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament in Vaikunse. Don't go anywhere.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Hello, can I get 50 ELO back please, because one of my friends played on my account and lost 50, thank you.
I've got friends like that too. When I'm frustrated or in a bad mood, something
or
strikes.
Maybe
my
a
friends,
little bit, you know what? Maybe, you know, I don't know.
It's been a good night. Yeah. No, I have friends just like that, man. They come on my account. I wake up in the morning. Yeah.
Well, the good news is better to have friends who lose you rating points than gain you rating points, because then your account might be closed for cheating. Pro tip.
I am deeply sorry for the language I used. I will never ever use vulgar language again. I'm sorry, please unban me please. You are my star and my sunshine. I go to bed dreaming of you, and when I wake up I think of you again, so I ask kindly please chess.com come with me to POM. Hugs and kisses.
We love you too. Unmute that man.
We love you too. I love all members. I feel like we were being taunted just a little bit there, but at the same time, I'm not one to judge anyone's speech impediment, you know, and so welcome, you whiskily wabbit. I don't know what else to say.
And it's a gaming site. You know, when people write in and they've got the right sense of humor, it means a lot to us. Because, you know, that's sure. The kind of the
good
vibes
stuff
we want.
Wonderful aerial view of Vaikunze, where round 11 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament is taking place. You see the fields, you see the wind in the flags of the vicinity right outside the playing hall, where the players, they're in De Morion, the lovely facilities that host the Vaikunze Chess Tournament year after year. There on screen, you see the Masters Tournament to the left, Alireza Firouzja just sat down, and the right-hand side of our screens is the Challengers Tournament. The winner of the Challengers will move to the left side of our screens next year as they get to play in the top section of the 2025 Tata Steel Chess Festival. We're back. It has been a fun start to this round where we've seen some exciting openings from players like Wei Yi. We saw an unusual pawn structure in the game between Dingley Ren and Jordan van Forest. But Danya, as we settle back in, as the players, some of them still pacing about, others still deep in concentration, maybe we should tune in to our leaders as Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Damoraju. They were in first place heading into the round, and maybe they can run away from the rest of the pack if they can keep scoring victories.
Yes, I mean, Gukesh's game is in completely conventional Grunfeld territory, Robert. But like you said, it must have been an unexpected opening choice by Mr. Firouzja. It was an unexpected outfit, but it was also an unexpected opening choice because Gukesh with an hour 15 on his clock. But let's leave that game for now, and let's jump into this. I think it's a Rui Lopez. I always hesitate to say, no, it was an Italian, right? And I think we are getting this convergence, this weird convergence recently of Italians and Rui Lopez, which essentially have become the same opening. Am I crazy? Or just looking at this position, one would think that it came out of a Rui Lopez, but no, let's rewind for a second, Robert. It was an Italian. Bishop c4. Okay. d3, bishop b7, castles, normal. Bishop b3. Okay, a5. Wow, black strikes first. c4. Ooh, show this to Capablanca or Rui Lopez. They would have been like, no, I don't want to play whatever game this has become. d6, bishop e3, knight e7, and the bishop slides up to a4.
This is a very unusual setup in this game. And white went c4 to clamp down on the center. But anytime you have this sort of bind with a pawn on c4 and e4, you need to look at the square in between, in this case, the d4 square, because if we can envision a future, maybe Danya, you could do me a favor, and we can just trade off pieces. We'll make some bad moves along the way, but trade off everything except for the black knight and the light squared bishop. Is there a way we can sort of force that to happen? Maybe make a bad move like Bishop G5 or something. Yeah, just force them all off the board. Just keep
force them all off the board. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, so we want this gone. We just want these two pieces on the board.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Let me do this very, very quickly. I'm having fun of this. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad. Here we go.
In the game Alekhine Capablanca, the move knight d4 was played in this position.
But this is the essential root of what I'm getting at. And thank you for playing along with me there. But it is important. If you look at the smaller board inset on the right, you see with all these minor pieces on the board, black doesn't gain access to this square. But because white has committed to this pawn structure with c4 and e4, yes, that does stop black from pushing the pawn to d5 and gaining space. But in the long run, if you trade off the wrong set of pieces from the white side, that a black knight can sink its teeth into the d4 square and no white pieces can kick it out. In fact, in that position that we jokingly went to, black had a nearly winning advantage despite the fact that material was completely even at the end. So watch out. Whenever you push your pawns, they don't move back. It means you can't control certain squares. And that is why Nodirbek has a bishop on e3, a knight on f3. He's making sure that he keeps control of this d4 square.
Indeed. And if white wants to eradicate this weakness, then white should try to push d4 himself. And that is why Ju In Jun is probably thinking about ways to increase her control over the d4 square. You would really love to make this move knight d7 to c5, but unfortunately it doesn't work concretely because white's actually going to take both the knights on c5 and on c6, leading to tripled pawns. We've had some really unusual pawn structures thus far this round, and to make matters worse, the e5 pawn falls at the end of the round. So I think the most sort of straightforward, the stock move, if you will, is bishop to f6. just trying to discourage white from pushing d4. And as a King's Indian player, I just want to make one other point, which is that d4 doesn't necessarily solve all of white's problems. It might fix the weakness of the d4 square, but it's going to open up a new problem in the form of a weakness on e4. So for example, just to make a couple more moves, and then I promise I won't make our producer keep pulling up that analysis board, but it's just such a rich position strategically. After bishop f6, if white pushes d4, you can see that the eval bar doesn't like it very much. And maybe I'm going to get the move order wrong, Robert, but it's something like e takes d4, knight takes d4, and maybe even the simple knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and knight c5. And clearly, black has no problems here. There's pressure on e4. The rook is coming out to e8. You can't really take the knight because that gives black this monster diagonal. And this is not really what you want if you're Noterbeck. So I wonder what he's going to do in response to bishop f6. Probably he's going to go knight c3. And then Ju and Jun has to consider jumping in with knight to d4. Very interesting decisions to be made here for both sides.
It's a game of cat and mouse to some extent because neither side really wants to capture the enemy pieces or initiate that trade. We saw how the move d4 for white can backfire. And actually in the live position, Dunya, one of the tempting options for black is to play the move f5. You did just move your knight out the way and you can develop your rook from the starting square. But one of the hesitations I would have is that my bishop on c8 isn't lined up with the pawn on f5. After e takes f5, I would want to take back with the bishop and then think about attacking the d3 pawn and play bishop to g4 afterwards. But because the knight's on d7, I do feel a bit awkward about it. And the black king is much more susceptible to an attack with d4 much more likely from white in the future, opening the position up to get at the black king.
Very important point. Yeah, rook takes f5 is very suboptimal. It doesn't lose or anything, but you're right. After something like knight c3, white quickly pushes d4, exposing a lot of the weaknesses in black's position. This is also not really up Ju and Jun's alley stylistically. She wants to maintain a solid position, but Noterbeck has had some really big leads on the clock in this tournament. I've really noticed that he tends to pile on the pressure in the opening on the board and on the clock. He's up now 33 minutes, which may not seem very significant until you realize it's just move 9.
Early stages of this game, huge lead on the clock for Noterbeck Abdusattorov, and he wants to fix the record from a year ago where he lost in the last round, ended up in second place rather than in first. And I think the one bad thing for Noterbeck is he doesn't have any more Dutch opponents left. No offense meant. I know that everybody loves to see this tournament in the Netherlands, but look at him. He's the Dutch destroyer, is Noterbeck Abdusattorov. After a draw with Ding Liren, and you see that loss to Jan Pomsch in the middle, their wins over Anish Giri, Jordan van Forest, and Max Volmadam. He beat all three of the Dutch contestants in this tournament. So for Noterbeck, it seems like every day he would like to play someone from the host country, and I think that means that the organizers, maybe they should consider another player in his stead a year from now because he's beating all of the hometown heroes.
And you said it, Noterbeck trying to avenge a very painful ending to last year's Tata Steel, where he lost to one of the hometown heroes, Jordan van Forest, with the white pieces. But Noterbeck, he is such a consummate professional. He just keeps getting better. He keeps adding finesse to his play. He keeps adding new ideas to his incredible library of opening preparation, and he's got a great shot at winning this event. He's calm, he's composed, he's drinking a lot of tea, and he's winning a lot of games this year in Tata Steel.
Winning has never been a struggle for Noterbeck Abdusattorov. He's the youngest world rapid champion in history. He won the Olympiad gold medal with his country of Uzbekistan. So he is a legend despite his young age. He won the Chessable Masters as part of the Champions Chess Tour a year ago, made it all the way to the semifinals in the CCT final. So he is a star, and he's only getting started. And in this game, well, it really is only getting started as well. No pawns have been traded. No pieces have been captured. We have all 32 pieces on the board. And for Noterbeck Abdusattorov, I think he's trying to figure out when to open up the position. He's about to make his next move. It looked like he's about to grab his knight and develop it to c3. But I think, Dunya, this game, it has a lot of life left to it. And as Abdusattorov sits in for his first think, maybe we should venture on over to another battle of these great grandmasters.
Let's do it. A3 by Noterbeck and knight b4 by Ju and June. She's trying to circle her knight back to a6 and then perhaps push her pawn up to c6 and increase her control over the center. But I agree. I mean, we're going to get action going into the middle game, but let's let that game ripen a little bit because we've got lots of action on a lot of the other boards. I'm looking over at Maksudlu versus Vidit where things are kind of exploding in the center. Again, our other leader, Gukesh, still has that relatively conventional Grunfeld. So, man, that Maksudlu Vidit game, I can't take my eyes off of it. And I'll also point out, Robert, Wei Yi is still thinking after knight g4. So maybe a bit of a disturbing sign as Wei Yi tries to remember his preparation. So much to look after in this round. Where do we go?
You read my mind. I just want to make one comment. We won't go to this game because nothing has changed between Wei Yi and Max Vormenem. But it goes to show all of you at home who feel like, oh, I can't do it. The grandmasters, they remember every single opening under the sun and play 30 moves as theory and blitz it all out. That grandmasters are people too. You see that Wei Yi and Max Vormenem, they are slowly getting through the opening stages of their game. This is a tactical position that neither player seems prepared for, so they are going to have to use their brains to work through a lot of tactics. It's going to be a tremendous fight between these two. But while Wei continues to think we promised, we will get back to that game eventually. Let's go to that Parham Maksudlu game against Vidit Gujarati because this game reminds me of a certain World Championship match.
Whoa. What is going on here? I'm just trying to get my bearings. First impression, and we will debrief you on how this occurred, but knight a4 looks like it wins the game on the spot. But spoiler, I don't think it does, but I'm not totally sure why. Is it bishop b4 check?
Yes.
This is theory?
This is from the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. When they played these d4 openings, somehow they got into positions like this, although I don't think this exact one. And so knight a4, it looks like game over. And so I'm just assuming, because the engine is there and the bar doesn't say that white is won, that Vidit has studied this position and he has this check to throw in, and there's a loose knight on a4 that will drop off.
And Parham has struggled in the openings, particularly in this tournament. He struggled in all phases of the game. He's had a forgettable event other than that incredible comeback victory over Max Warmerdam. But every round, it seems like he is the one having to put in effort in order to make his way out of the opening in one piece. So let's plunge in. Let's get our hands dirty here and show everybody what happens after knight to a4. So very important. This other knight on b3 is covering the a5 square. But apparently, Black has this incredible tactical shot, bishop to b4. But that doesn't tell the whole story either, Robert, because after a takes b4, I assume Black takes with the queen. White can block with knight to d2. And the move that my hand wants to play, the move I would play in a bullet brawl, the move I might be playing in the bullet brawl tomorrow is e5. Is there anything better?
e5 looks perfectly justifiable to me. Getting space for your light square bishop, and I could see an argument for moves like bishop to g4, maybe here or in the near future, just continuing to develop. The knight on a4 is actually trapped, so if you can attack it, like let's say you could play b5 and that pawn couldn't be captured, well then that knight would in fact be won, but you can't actually win it just yet, so I'm going for development. Clearly, I've taken a step in the wrong direction, so Danya, why don't you use that tactical might that you always flourish? What looks better to you than bishop g4? I mean, taking on e3 now seems to be a decision that I wouldn't take lightly, and I think it helps white, but perhaps there's some justifications for it, although the white knight does gain access back to c3, so I certainly wouldn't be going for that.
Yes, this is my big reservation. You're absolutely right. I'm just going to show d takes c3. Bad idea. F takes c3. And the thing to remember is that white actually can sacrifice some of the material back. I mean, maybe you can get away with bishop e2, but even something like knight c3 doesn't necessarily look all that appetizing to me. Bishop e2, then knight c3 to follow. Black is down a piece, so you cannot let white consolidate like this. I'm on the same page. This is a critical moment. So clearly there is a move here that provides sufficient compensation. Maybe I'm also looking at e4, trying to prevent the development of white's light squared bishop. That does look a little bit flimsy. It runs into queen b3. There's a mate possibility if black drives the pawn down to d3 and then plants a knight on c2. But all of that is very, very speculative, Robert. I'm not totally sure. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, this looks like a position. Just try rook d8. Let's, humor the position. Rook d8, just trying to put a rook behind pawn. The engine doesn't love it, but doesn't hate it so much. This is how tricky this position is. And I actually think that if I were playing the white side, I might not trust Vidit completely. He's moving really quickly. Like, no, maybe this is just a tricky line where he's trying to catch me off guard. But it is the type of position where black has to show complete accuracy. So let's take rook d8 back. Maybe let's just... What is the move? Because we've gone through... Okay, come on. What?
Exactly.
Oh, knight b4 with d3 to follow. The knight on a4 is still loose over there. Or knight b4 and bishop f5 comes to mind as well. Okay, that is just an amazing retreating move. I love it from a commentator's booth. But as a player, that would really hurt to see if you're Parham Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of position that you would get in like a Soviet chess camp where, Mark Dvoretsky figures like, okay, boys and girls, 35 minutes to spend in this position and you have to find one move. And moves like Queen A5 are... they're so hard to spot on demand, but they make sense once they're played. This is the paradox and the irony of chess, Robert. So often it makes such perfect, pristine sense. Of course, do you really want a queen on b4? No. Of course, you want a knight on b4 and you want a bishop on f5. Once the move is made, we're all geniuses. We stand on the shoulders of, Stockfish in this case. And this is exactly the kind of move that I really, really hope Vidit is aware of beforehand. But once again, Parham Maghsoodloo is walking on hot coals with the white pieces. My goodness. Okay, back to the live board. Does he have to engage with this at all?
I don't think so. I think he can actually take the bishop on c5. The queen will likely take back on c5 and then push his pawn to b4. The tactics don't end there. The white king is still in the center. The black king is safely tucked away. But one thing I want to talk about, Donnie, sometimes a person's blessing could also be their curse. Parham, he loves playing fighting chess, but now he's in a position that he doesn't actually know. So we got into an opening where this is clearly filled with imbalances, right? The black king is castle, the white king's in the center. White can take a bishop, black will take a knight. Black has already extended the pawn all the way to d4, posing some significant problems in the white center. But to my eyes, Donnie, it looks like white can maybe win that pawn. Like, what is wrong with this series of moves starting with knight takes bishop, the queen takes the knight, and the b4 for white, just kicking the queen out of there? That would be an idea that comes to my mind. And, okay, the engine suggests that's approved of, but it does seem that black retreats and then perhaps has to give up the d4 pawn.
Yes, this is actually a very instructive point. Sometimes you don't need to engage in all of the complex calculation, and this is why they say long variation, wrong variation. It's easy to get bogged down in the complications, but you always have to consider alternatives on move one. Super, super important. Yeah, now wait a second. b4. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Okay, queen e7 maybe, and then e takes d4, knight takes d4 is a thought. Does that work out tactically?
If it doesn't, we could take it back and then play a move like rook d8. So if knight takes d4 doesn't work, and
beautiful, e5, and is there something like queen to e2?
Oh my goodness,
Rook e4.
Rook e4, bishop f5 was confusing to me. So yeah, queen e2 it looks much more simple.
Yeah, and this is not looking particularly good. Okay, rook e8, but at an absolute minimum, Robert, you could just take on e5 and cash in your chips and get a healthy extra pawn in the endgame, probably among other things. So if we go back for a second to this position after e takes d4, you were going to propose something like rook d8 or maybe the immediate e5?
I liked rook d8 just because I wasn't convinced that I had enough in the center, so I'm just attacking the pawn. White lags behind in development. The king on e1 is the problem. So white has an extra pawn and a bishop pair. That sounds like it should be a nearly winning advantage for players of this caliber, but as you point out, e5 comes by, knight g4 ideas, all sorts of adventurous play. And let's say you play d5, keeping the center closed. Black insists with knight to d4. Please take my knight, open up your king. So these types of positions, they get really, really sharp, and only one player has come equipped with home cooking, and that is Vidit Gujrathi. He is well ahead on the clock. So for Parham Maksudlu, Donna, this is the type of position that you could just completely fall apart in the first 25 moves of the game.
And it's crazy. I mean, it seems like every single round, it's not an exaggeration, particularly with the white pieces, to say that Parham, he's really struggling to get out of the opening. I mean, obviously, against Max Warmerdam, that was the spotlight game. He was essentially lost by move 13, and it is move 13 right now. Ironically enough, lucky number 13. And Parham's got to be fed up with this situation. It seems like whatever he goes into, his opponents have just the right annoying line waiting in store for him. This is downside of fighting for maximum. When you're such a principal player, you're such an ambitious player, and it's not your tournament, you really can get in a lot of hot water game in and game out.
Rounds 11 through 13 a year ago were fantastic for Parham Maksudlu. He won all of them. But here in 2024, it's a new year, it's a new event, and some new people sitting across from him, including Vidit Gujrathi. So Vidit is back, and he's back with a vengeance. And if Vidit wins this game, I mean, he's continuing to climb in the world rankings. I mean, his rating was already entering the event at an all-time high. If he could take down Parham Maksudlu here, we're seeing Vidit 2.0, where he has changed his repertoire, he has changed his pregame strategy, where he meditates at the board, he calms himself. I'm friends with Vidit. It's great to see, and he has so many fans that are rooting him on as he, in a couple months, goes to Toronto for the Candidates Tournament and a shot at a World Championship title. So for Parham Maksudlu, he does not look happy to be at the board. Maybe we should leave him, because it pains me to see chess players just not happy with their position and struggling to come up with ideas. But then we also have so many great games in store for all of our viewers, including the one in the top right between Praggnanandhaa and Alexander Donchenko.
And another snooze fest in Anish Giri's game against Jan Nepomniachtchi with a bunch of minor pieces traded. But our producer, with exactly the phrase that I'd like to use, this is precisely Anish's type of position with that nice little square on d4. Maybe you can pour yourself a nice espresso as you playing your knight on that blockading square. So Anish Giri maybe with a tiny advantage against Jan over on the bottom right. But I'm with you, Robert. That Prague game is exploding in a big way. It is a renaissance for Indian chess players of all generations, particularly for Praggnanandhaa, who tries to extend his lossless streak. But a victory in this game, that would go such a long way toward increasing his chances of taking the tournament crown. Shall we take a closer look?
Let's dive right in, because that's exactly what Praggnanandhaa is trying to do towards the Black King. F5, we are live. James Canny, I don't know where you are right now, but I'm giving you a shout out, because when he sees moves like this, he's ready to see the action unfold and the players take swings at one another. So if we just take stock of the current position, Danya, all the minor pieces are on the board. It's only 2 pawns gone for each side. The pawn structure is much healthier for black, because white has an isolated d4 pawn, also has this a4 pawn that sticks out on the king side, but white is trying to compensate with more space, namely on the f-file, all the pieces staring at the d5 square, trying to blockade in front of the isolated pawn. But f5 does cause black to pause, because there are some threats aimed towards the Black King.
Okay, the poet, F5, we live. Prague, he's lifting the fog. Man, 5, we live. Hess, he doesn't rest. He's going to bring us out of the bird's nest. Okay, I need to stop before I'm kicked out of the commentary booth. Yes. Okay, pause. Encore. But in all seriousness, Robert, yeah, this F4, F5 idea, the way my coach introduced it to me, Mikhail Botvinnik was one of the earliest players to really highlight the effectiveness of this plan, using the pawn as a battering ram, just kind of decreasing black's control over the d5 square and opening up chances of a later kingside attack. So I don't think white is necessarily better objectively here. I'm not getting those kinds of vibes from this position. But definitely from a practical standpoint, I didn't say practical standpoint. See, I avoided the pun deliberately as a service to you, partner. I feel like black has the ball in his court here.
Well, I'm looking at the time, and I feel like for Donchenko, this position, while playing against an isolated pawn is not new to him. This specific setup is, and you could see Prague, on the other hand, he has only spent 8 minutes to get to this point. How scary is it for Black? That's a really important question to answer, because one pawn alone often is not nearly enough. So what is the actual threat? If White had a free move, F takes E6, well, Black will be saddled with an isolated pawn of his own. Is that really that harmful? I do want to point out that if Black takes on F5, that does not look very pleasant to my eyes, because you've lost stability on the D5 square. And I would even consider taking on D5 with my knight to leave myself, the white pieces, the only player with the light square bishop. You take back on D5, I get that. But the F7 pawn, that is a permanent weakness and target. I'll just take back on F5. Opposite colored bishops does not mean a draw when there's so many pieces on the board. Knight takes E3, queen takes E3. Black might already be almost lost because the F7 pawn is targeted. The queen can go to B3. Thank you for bringing the highlight before I even got to it. But the knight can't move as the F7 pawn is behind it. And there's a passed pawn for White. D5 followed by D6 at any moment can be scary. So this is already out of hand. Black would be toast.
Great explanation, and I think that really informs our understanding of what's causing Alexander Donchenko to spend now 14 minutes and counting on this move. Because if e takes f5 is out of the question, well, the other capture, bishop takes c4, at first I thought that cooperated with White's intentions. Now I'm warming up to that move a little bit. Maybe you can kind of proactively release the tension. The point being to replace the bishop with a knight. If White plays queen takes c4, okay, maybe you plant the knight on d5, knight b to d5, and kind of ask Prague where he wants to put his bishop. I guess the maximalist approach here is bishop to g5, but I don't know, Robert, where would you put the bishop in this position? Would you... No, f takes e6 doesn't really work.
No, I'm not allowing knight takes e3 for sure. Bishop g5 does come to mind, trying to undermine the control of the d5 square. But I guess I have a question for you. If you just go back to the moment you put bishop takes c4, I was wondering, can I take with the knight on c4 instead? Because I am trying to target the e6 pawn. And so with the knight out of the way, once my bishop moves, e6 is in the line of sight of the queen. And so I knew you would play knight d5 pretty much no matter what, because e takes f5 at this point, I think already is huge trouble for Black. I'm not taking back. I'm pushing my pawn to d5, and I am getting that pawn up to d6, whether you like it or not. So e takes f5 at this stage would still be an issue for Black because a passed pawn starts running forward, and you see the evaluation bar saying White is heavily favored. You can't take it, just to, I guess, maybe go down one more move just to show that you're walking into a pin. So after a trade, rook takes f5 at the end, and your knight cannot be defended. It also can't move without you losing your queen. White goes up material.
Yeah, and maybe there's an even more accurate way to pick up the knight, something like queen to f3. But your point is very well taken. E takes f5 in almost any version is a big concession, both positionally and tactically. And as we speak, let's give ourselves a pat on the back. Bishop takes c4 on the board, Robert, and I think you made a great call. Queen takes c4 is automatic for so many chess players. Okay, the knight on e5, it's on an outpost. Let's go forward. But knight takes c4 might be the professional move. That might be the Soviet schoolboy approach. And Yasser Seirawan's concept of the queen as what he calls the supporting actress really comes to mind here. I think it's a very powerful and very instructive concept. Oftentimes in sharp positional battles, you don't want the queen on the front lines because it starts getting tangled up, right? It's vulnerable to being attacked. This is a perfect example of it. The queen on e2 does just as good of a job, if not better, of pressuring the e6 pawn as it does from c4. And moreover, it's not vulnerable to various attacking moves like rook to c8, and knight d5 is not going to come with tempo after knight takes c4. I think you called it, and I think Prague might very well recapture with the knight.
It just looks more fun to play this position from the white side. It appears that both players may have an isolated pawn, but the e6 pawn feels much more tender. White already has a rook on d1, a bishop on e3 covering the square. So Prague, he will recapture. We can see how this game continues, but he's taking his sweet time. So why don't we leave him to this decision on how to recapture the bishop and go over to his compatriot, his fellow teenager from India, but also the player who's a half point ahead of him. That is Gukesh, who's been on a tear in recent rounds. He lost earlier to Anish Giri in a long ending that to most players looked equal. Here, he is the white side of a Grunfeld, and Danya, by the clocks, There is no way that Gukesh expected the Grunfeld today, but the Grunfeld's what he has. What do you think of this position?
Well, my first impression is that I've seen this before, and that's probably because I'm just very, very quickly inputting these moves into chess space. So this is still very conventional theory. E6, H3. Actually, H3. That is a very, very rare move. So let me rewind a little bit and give people an update. Funny little tidbit. So the position after E6. Now, we don't really have time, Robert, to delve into the particulars of this line before E6. We have plenty to unpack from this position onwards. But the main move in this position is to push D5 straight away. What is the point? Well, the point is to prevent Black's knight from coming out to C6. And this is not like a super well-known theoretical position, but I'm saying quite a few Grandmaster games. The first person to reach this position with the black pieces was a guy named Walter Whitman. Glad it wasn't Walter White. And he reached this in 1979. D5 was played. So H3 has only featured in a handful of games. I'm seeing a game with Abhimanyu Mishra on the black side. After bishop takes F3, bishop takes F3, knight C6, D5. Yes, I still see a couple of games in the database. And generally, Robert, it is considered sort of a pretty big concession to give the black knight access to the E5 square. So I'm starting to wonder, is Gukesh kind of going astray here a little bit? Was he caught off guard? And was H3 a case of kind of confusing the lines?
Well, I'm a little caught off guard that you've been mentioning poetry and puns, and you just mentioned Walt Whitman and didn't hit me with a Leaves of Grass reference.
Listen, Robert, I contain a multitude of puns, but that was not my best moment.
I forgive you, but I do love the instruction you're providing there, because playing H3, allowing the black knight to develop, you can see that knight plunging into the E5 square, the bishop on G7 staring across the position. It still is a mixed bag, because if white can establish a protected pawn on D5, you start to feel good about your chances. Maybe I can tie black's forces down to blockading my passer, but knights can be really good in closed positions. So some of this board is open, but if you can get that knight to the D6 square, one step beside where it currently sits, it stares over a passed pawn. So knights are the best blockaders. Maybe you can just grab the knight and just drag it to D6 quickly. That the knight will stare over a passed pawn into the C4 square and also at the E4 pawn. So there's some positions where you regroup in this kind of manner. A move like Rook D8 for sure is possible here, pinning the D5 pawn and trying to provoke C4 so that your knight gets access to the D4 square. That's really juicy. So these positions are quite difficult to wade through the complications in, Danya, because every single move, even which rook to bring to D8, it's not abundantly clear.
So one of the two games to have this position, Nigel Davies, British Grandmaster, he played, I think, the straightforward approach. He eschewed Rook D8 entirely, and we are aware, by the way, that Ding and Jordan might be agreeing to a drop. Oh, look at that. They have just shaken hands. Ding Liren was unable to put serious pressure on Jordan in that pawn-up endgame. I'm a little bit surprised. We haven't checked back into this game. Erwin Lamy seems surprised, but a draw has just been agreed, Robert. Our first result of the day.
Okay, so we have a split point in that game. They've repeated moves. The position was so locked that neither side felt that they could make progress. But for Ding Liren with the white pieces, the world champion, another disappointing result. And for Jordan Van Forest, it's been a disappointing tournament. It's nearing its end, but a draw with black against Ding Liren, that's going to be a good result no matter where you are, no matter how you're doing, no matter the time control. You want to hold him. And Ding Liren, I don't know, right now it doesn't feel like he's in world champion form. We do wish him the best, and there's still 2 more rounds to go. Hopefully he can play some great chess in the coming days.
Yeah, Ding Liren he's just not right. There's something is off. It might be rust, might be health issues, but whatever it is, like you said, we wish him the very best. We wish him quick recovery and recovery of his world championship form. And I'm sure that it is only a matter of time. But back we go to this sharp position. Just to complete that earlier point, in that game by the British GM Nigel Davies, he played e takes d5, knight to e5, bishop to e2, and now a very instructive move, c5, c4. The point is, of course, to create these pawn islands and to prevent white from connecting the pawn chain in the center. While this may seem to blunder a pawn, the move f4 is incredibly risky. Now the bishop on e3 loses a defender. This is exactly the kind of position that any Grunfeld player wants to get. If you play this opening, you have to be ready to sacrifice pawns for activity, and I feel like black is thrilled to have a position like this. Maybe it's equal objectively, but this is not what Gukash had envisioned out of the opening.
This looks really problematic for white. You see those vulnerable dark squares, a light square bishop that maybe can grab the c4 pawn, but it doesn't have open diagonals to work with. I like the access for the black rooks, whereas white's rook is in the corner. You see already that c3 drops. So you can't even take that pawn, which means your bishop does not have nice real estate. Advantage would be in black's favor. So I like Alireza's opening choice. I think it served him well. We'll see if Gukash can stabilize and maybe even play for more later, but he did just push his pawn, creating a passer. Alireza ahead in the clock. But while we take a step away from these players, we're also going to take a quick break. Only one game has concluded in the 11th round of the 2024 Tata Chess Tournament. Gukash, he shares the lead with Nurbek Abdusatarov, but more interesting games are about, and we will check in again with games like Parham Maksudlu and Vida Gujrathi, as well as Anish Giri against Jan Pamshi after this break. We'll be right back.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
We have mayhem in Demorion in Vaikunze. You are not seeing this incorrectly. I wear glasses and I needed them to see a white king on e2. It's a Bong Cloud delayed, but not a Bong Cloud denied. Daniel, this is the game between Parham Maksulu and Vinit Gujrathi, and there is a white king in the center that is pushed up to e2. White is not developed. What in the world are we seeing here?
Well, we're seeing just another Parham game. I'd also point out they have the same amount of time. White has an extra minute, actually, with one small exception. The one at the start of Black's clock, that means 1 minute, right? You got like 1 minute plus 38 minutes. No, White has 39 minutes, and Black has an hour and 38 minutes. And let me say that again. Vidit has an extra hour on the clock. And hopefully our analysis of this position will be on point. But scary times here for Parham. I appreciate it, but I think I've had better transitions. I just follow in the footsteps of Mr. Hess, the best transitioner of all time. Currently, White has to decide how to recapture this knight on d4. So let's rewind a couple of moves, Robert, because we did initially follow this crazy line. Parham could not resist the temptation. Knight a4, bishop b4 check. But instead of taking, he said, nope, I'm not touching that bishop. King up to e2, queen to a6, counterattacking the knight. Knight takes d4. Okay, so he did capture a pawn on that square. Black is now officially down a pawn. In this position, a very big decision to make. I think all of us watching this probably have the same instinct, which is to play e takes d4 and kind of preserve the integrity of the pawn structure. So my first question is Vidit's response bishop d7? Is it to play something crazy like b5? What is Black cooking up here? Maybe even e5 has to be considered.
I was hoping that you would answer the question and not ask it to me. So many moves. That knight on f6 can go to h5. It can go to d5. for example, because the pawn on c4 is pinned. How fun would that be? Is that knight d5 is the response. Your bishop on b4 is hanging. You put your knight on a square that looks like it can be captured, but that's not legal because the white king is sitting on e2. And he takes... Did he just... I took with the pawn. Okay, I was like, there's no way he took with the rook. But he is trying to keep his center under control. Danya, you love these kind of tactical positions. What does your heart tell you, and what does your brain tell you about this?
Oh, I'm just having a little bit of fun, Robert. There's the side of me that wants to further people's understanding of the position, and then there's the side of me that is, like a kid at a playground for the first time. So after bishop g3, I'm already looking at moves like bishop takes a3, which probably is not such a bad move, actually. This is just one of many tactics. B takes a3 and queen takes a4. Unfortunately, this is of the category of like equalizing tactics. It's pretty, but the bad news for black is that even if white goes along with this, queen takes a4, knight c3 check, king d2. Yes, black recovers the queen and reestablishes material equality, but I would be a little bit disappointed if I did all of this just to get a slightly worse endgame. And yes, black is slightly worse here because white has the bishop pair and white has managed to keep his center intact. And obviously with the queens off the board, the king is no longer in as much danger. So, okay, this is one possibility. There's other possibilities in this position. I mentioned e5. I think it's a little bit too early for e5 because after bishop takes e5, very important, the check on g4 can simply be met with f3. You know what, Robert? Maybe, I don't know, you just drop your bishop back to e7 and get it out of dodge and prepare the move b7, b5. I feel like that would be very consistent with, chess in 2024. Just eschew all of the complications and, make the simple moves instead of engaging in unnecessary tactics. But we'll see.
I thought we'd see instantly because Vidit just sat down, wrote the move on the score sheet, and I'm wondering, does he have more moves ready? Does he have it up his arsenal? Is he, ready to just show us deeper and more extensive preparation? But he has not moved after pawn takes d4, so he's probably just double checking. He doesn't need to play that quickly. He's up an hour on the clock, Danya. That is an incredible lead on the clock. And with the king on e2, if I'm Vidit, do I take the safe route out, like you said, trading queens off and equalizing material, or do I actually play perhaps speculatively and go after the white king and Parham's time trouble? So I don't know how much more this Vidit knows, but considering he's about to make his move, I think this is still home preparation. Mm-hmm. He's looked at this position with the best of the best engines, and the bishop, I think he went to d6. If I'm saying that correctly, the bishops are now staring at each other. He is trading pieces, yes, but that's removing defenders for the white king. And as you point out, b7 to b5, that's going to hit white in the near future, open up the long diagonal for the bishop on c8. White is not coordinated. There's a king on e2, a rook on h1, a bishop on f1 that can't move. To my eyes, if I didn't have the engine assessing position off to the side, I'd be like, no part of me wants this for white. Zero. And yet the engine says, oh, white's slightly better. To me, that's not good enough. Slightly better to have this position, I would need like a +1, maybe even more advantage to want to play this from Parham's position.
And let me just take a moment to praise this incredible opening preparation. We're on move 16 in an obscure Queen's Gambit decline variation, and Vidit is still in his preparation. This is the kind of work that these players do. Vidit is one of the most hardworking GMs out there. He has deserved every single rating point that he's gained over the last couple of months, and this is why. He goes the extra mile, and if he can cash in his chips and score a victory here, this will be a case of absolutely ridiculous opening preparation. But I wanted to point out one other thing, which is that if Parham obliges and goes for the trade, and I'll put the moves on the board, we might as well. This is why we play classical chess. In addition to this explosive b7, b5, black could also play it slow. And this is what terrifies me about white's position, is that it's not just in the short term that black can go after the king. In the long run, black can start exerting pressure on white's center pawn. So for example, okay, let's take a random move like f3. Maybe it walks into b5, but even if black plays the very, very primitive b6 and bishop b7, I think black has excellent long-term compensation, but clearly I was overlooking something more concrete here, Robert. Is it b5?
Looks fun. It'd be hard for me not to play that move, and yet the engine says white gains the upper hand, but look at all the squares that black controls. Maybe there's like a queen c6 for white, and that's something that you definitely don't want, is to either trade queens or be forced backwards. So you're going forwards, the engine is going up and down. It's like on a seesaw here. So it's clearly a complicated position that Parham, he's never seen it, and Vidit has. So f3, what is maybe catching your eye more than this b5 move that clearly is not best?
Well, in the words of one very wise commentator, the side that controls the pawn breaks controls the position. And the other big pawn break here, of course, is e6, e5. Apparently that's the move. And I'll be honest, I kind of rejected e5 intuitively because I thought d5 was a bit of a dead end. But clearly this walks into something massive here.
E4?
Yeah. Ooh. And white starts to crumble at the seams here.
Well, yeah. I would say that when you have a king on e2 and a bishop on f1 and a rook sitting in the corner on h1 not participating, you probably deserve to lose a position where you're just pushing pawns somewhat aimlessly. So yeah, I'm with you. e5 is another thing that we need to store in our back pocket, because in the game position with the trade on d6, let's just put the queen on d6 there, that e5 is a threat that black wants to play anyway. Like e5 just looks strong, and maybe bishop to g4 check or pawn to e4 as well. So coming up with moves for white is difficult because you see so many ideas that black has. And in this position, I don't really want to centralize the black queen, but I also don't want to see the queen staring through the diagonal at the king on e2 either. So I just feel like this position is really, really tough to play from the white side. And there are not enough reallys that I could possibly spend time saying to get to the heart of it. I really don't like Parham's position. I feel like it's a huge struggle. He's down an hour on the clock. Vidit still has preparation. Parham doesn't know the evaluation. He doesn't know that if he's on the verge of being lost or if he's essentially a real pawn ahead. So without any of that knowledge, and Vidit armed with all of it, this is a miserable game to play from the white side.
Wow, another potential opening calamity for Parham Maksudlu. Wow, this is absolutely incredible. You're absolutely right, Robert. It's a case of, damned if you do, damned if warmer damned if you do, warmer damned if you don't. Wherever black's queen is, there will be problems. If it's on a6, the c4 pawn is under pressure. The knight on a4 also very much offsides. And the torture session has just began. Like, we are just entering the middle game. Imagine how many more difficult decisions Parham will have to make in the near future in order to avoid getting checkmated. He has an incredibly difficult task. I think the task that faces Parham right now is equal in difficulty to the task that he was facing against Max Warmerdam when he lost the exchange out of the opening. He will need another 20-25 perfect moves if he wants to keep black's initiative at bay here.
Parham Maksudlu is anything. I mean, he is a fighter. He claws back into games. Against Max Warmerdam, he was dead lost out of the opening. So many players would have even just extended their hand and resigned. And yet Parham, he played to the very end. He uncorked a brilliant tactic at the finish line where he allowed Max the queen. It looked like it was going to be a queen ahead for Warmerdam, and then Parham said, it doesn't matter. I'm going to promote my pawn next. And he stole a victory from the jaws of defeat. So great recovery from Parham there. In this game, it's not really about recovering. It's about stabilization. His king is in the center. Black is castled. Vidit's in preparation. Parham's walked right into it. I just find it incredibly difficult to see Parham surviving this game with the amount of time he has left. And look at how many moves they need to make, Danya. He has 30 minutes to reach move 40. This is the type of position where you may need 30 minutes on any single move, and he does not have the time.
And just to give people a little bit of context, we just had, and I'm not going to check this, but I think probably the longest think of the tournament thus far, talking about 30 minutes per move, Wei actually spent 48 minutes on a single move. As we look at the camera view there, he just took 48 minutes, and I'm going to flip on his game real fast here, to play the move knight to f3. People watching this might be like, wait a second, weren't we looking at this position at the start of the show? Yes, we were. And so was Wei. He has only just played the move knight f3.
So does that mean that Wei he's coming up with openings even though they've already been played before? It's like what is it? Pierre Menard, author of the Quixote, the Borges story, where it's like, oh, if I invent this opening at a different time and at a different place in the same exact language, does that also make me an inventor and an author? So he has essayed the move knight to f3. We talked about Zukertort and Anderson. We're talking about Wei Yi and Vormodam in Vaikenze. And knight f2 is the juicy move that we talked about seriously an hour ago, forking the queen and the rook. We haven't really looked into the line. We haven't dived into all the complications, but Max is doing that right now. He's investing about 14 minutes and counting in his next turn. Done it. Is he going to step forward with his knight to f2? He doesn't look like a player who's happy to have that option.
No, I think our conclusion on that line was positive for white. That queen e2, queen takes e5 variation. And looking at reference, I see a couple of games with knight f2 and a couple of games with castles kingside, which I think is probably the more prudent option. Get your king to safety first, because oddly enough, white can't do too much about the threat of knight f2. And I'm looking at some of these correspondence games that reach this position, and we might get a completely irrational position. Absolutely wild the way that some of these games go. Should I give a quick example just to help people understand how insane this game might become in the immediate future?
Yes, okay. Please.
So let's follow the game. What game is this? Jensen versus Fico. Probably mispronouncing. Two high-rated correspondence players. Buckle in. Strap yourselves in, folks. F takes e5. Okay. Knight f2. I mean, at this point, having said Peter, you have to say Paul. Queen e2. Knight takes h1. Okay, so white is just casually down a rook. Brings the bishop out to g5. And yeah, we're just getting started. Queen to a5. d6. b5. Bishop to b3. Okay, still we're just getting started. Bishop to e6. Bishop to e7. And the position is equal. Obviously, there's really nothing more to analyze, and the rest will be left as an exercise to the viewer.
Well, when you talk about exercise for the viewer, we keep this position on screen for everybody. This is the type of position that top players actually study, where they sit down with one of their seconds, one of their trainers, who usually are also very strong grandmasters, and they play it out. Because the engine may say one thing, but they don't have a steel trap of a memory. They may forget. And so how easy is it for someone to play? Let's say your opponent wasn't expecting this variation, but they studied it 3 years ago. Can they come up with the best moves at the board? And looking at this position, I don't see anything. It's too complicated for me. I prefer tamer structures where I can play for small little edges. But this is the type of position that the engine may say one thing, and as a human, you're like, no, I don't believe that. White wins a good amount of time, or black wins this position more times, and you play that out in speed chess against someone who is very strong, just to test them. As right now, Max Vormodam, he does have an hour and 7 minutes. Wei Yi has 45 minutes, but we're on move 7, so they're only going to have a handful of minutes when we get to move 30, and they have to scramble towards the time control. If we get to move 30, given the nature of the position.
Honestly, the complexity of this line is truly unbelievable. Choices to make on literally every move for both sides. And now the ball very much back in Max Vormodam's court. Obviously, you start by thinking about knight f2. This is the most concrete move. It's the most forcing line. But I think once Max calculates this queen e2, queen takes e5 check line that we had examined earlier, I'm just going to put this on the board really quickly for those who might be joining recently. At the start of the show, we looked at this line, knight takes h1, queen takes e5, and very importantly, just because the queens are swapped does not mean that white's initiative is extinguished in any way. Quite the contrary. This is not very appealing. And so I'm expecting Max to castle. I mean, maybe I'm influenced by the fact that this is what the correspondence players have been playing, but castles just seems like the more prudent option to me.
And after castling, you just showed this variation where white takes this pawn on e5 and gives it the rook in the corner. There is the move knight e4 to consider, even though I don't like the look of it. So you just have a lot to figure out where you're coming up with ideas, seeing the position for the first time. And this is awesome, honestly, for I think our viewers to see a game where these top grandmasters aren't blitzing out every single move in the opening. They're just as confused as you are. They're as confused as I am, trying to work through what are going to be some sacrificial positions. The rook is going to be lost, but 2 pawns in the center are going to be captured. The black king will be the one in the danger, even though black is the one up material. I love games like this. I hate to play them because I get scared and I worry that I'm not going to have enough compensation, or I'm a little bit too eager to be materialistic and take the rook. But for Max Vormedem, you can see him. He is struggling right now. He's calculating. And for Wei Yi, he looks poised. He just spent a lot of time playing knight of 3, and now he's like, all right, this looks fun. Let's go at it. And one last thing, Danya. Do you remember the game between Wei Yi and Parham, where Wei Yi won the game? But at some point, Parham sacrificed his rook in the corner. So he has had experience in this very tournament in a position where somebody is giving up some heavy material.
And so has Max Warmerdam. I mean, he captured Parham's rook on A1. Maybe he'll have better luck with the rook on H1. But just to cap off our analysis, I wanted to make perhaps a very banal point, but nonetheless, I love what this game tells us about chess and how this shows that rumors of the death of chess and the death of innovation in chess are greatly exaggerated. We're on move 7 with 2 of the most well-prepared players out there, and they're completely on their own. This is why chess is such an incredibly rich game. Yes, there are openings that have been exhausted, that have been studied for many, many years, but there's still room for creativity, and there's still room to play a King's Gambit or a Vienna every once in a while and take even the most well-prepared players potentially off guard.
And before we leave this game, because the players are not making moves, I just want to draw everyone's attention. Go Google it. Go find this game. Wei Yi against Lazaro Bruzan. Because Wei Yi is one of the most creative players, and it's not always stemming from opening theory. He just goes with it. So Wei Yi, he made the move knight f3. Now it's Max's turn to invest some serious time. We will come back to this game later, hopefully with some fireworks, because it's only 7 moves in, and the players are deep in thought. So Danya, one result has been seen this round. We saw a draw between Ding Liren and Jordan Van Forest, but these other games, I would say even the board between Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi, I know you're saying, okay, pieces are being traded. There's still so much life left in that one as well. So I'm going to hand you the steering wheel. Which of our many excellent games do you want to turn to?
And never hand a grandmaster the steering wheel. You're a dangerous man living on the edge. But I agree. The Anish Giri Jan Nepomniachtchi game is heating up again, heating up at least a little bit. And it is a game with major tournament standings implications. So let's go there. Let's take a look and see if Anish Giri is able to put some pressure on the world champion challenger. And I think he is. I think Anish, he steered the game precisely into the kind of tame, bland waters that he wanted. And he's gotten what he wanted. A slight, but very nagging edge in the middle game, I think. At least that's my first impression.
Your first impression is certainly correct. Look at the bishop on d3. Compare it to the bishop on e6. The bishop on d3 will stare towards the black king all the way to h7. The bishop on e6 stares into its own pawn, and it needs to defend that pawn, which is on a light square. So many endgames will be problematic for black. This is going to be a harder concept for our viewers to take in. That if, let's say, black takes on d4 and actually fixes white's pawn structure, then many of the positions without queens and rooks, as well, maybe one rook per side on, will be difficult, if not just lost for black. So, Donna, maybe we could do what we did earlier and just start trade the queens and one pair of rooks just to get the point. We'll make blunders along the way. Forgive us, but we're just trying to put a position on the board where, like this, you see the evaluation bar is in white's favor. There's an open B file where white can target the B pawn. There's a D5 pawn on a light square, as you point out, rook E1. Maybe the rook comes to E5 at some moment. The bishop will circle around, and white can start pushing pawns forward, bring the king involved. The black king doesn't have as much access. So it's a long ways away, but trust me, Jan Nepomniachtchi's thinking, this is what I want to avoid. And Anish Giri's thinking, let's get there. Let's get to an end game where only I can play for a win and black has no activity of his own. So just try to visualize future positions based on the pawn structure, and that can actually lead you in a direction. So Danya, Jan, he's on the clock here. he's thinking about this tension between the knights. He does not really want to fix white's pawn structure. Do you see what else he could possibly do?
Well, first of all, that was a great explanation. I learned a lot from that, and my coach would call this conceptual calculation. There is the component that we're all used to. I go here, my opponent goes there, I go here, boom, 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 the position is equal. But also, there's conceptual calculation where you're kind of making real moves in your head, but you do kind of what we just did. What happens if the queens are off the board? What happens in the event that pieces X, Y, and Z are traded? Who benefits then? Having that roadmap in your mind actually really helps you guide your play in the right direction. You have to do that. But back to the question at hand, Robert, if you're not taking on d4, and I agree that knight takes d4 is a serious concession, what are you doing here? Are you keeping the knight on f5? In a bullet game, I would maybe try knight h4, but that just seems like a coffee house move, and the knight can just be pushed away with g3. So that doesn't solve black's problems either. What about queen f6, maybe? Am I blundering anything?
No, but I think that at the very least, and you can consider leaving his knight on d4 and then leaving black with a light square bishop that can attack something. So this is also something to consider, not necessarily do, but bishop takes f5, just changing the dynamic of the position does come to mind. Look at the knight on d4. It's on an outpost. No pawns can kick it. There's an isolated pawn in front of it, which is exactly what you should do when your opponent has an isolated pawn. But then again, black has these double rooks in the c-file, and c5 is isolated. So it's a trade-off. Danya, I'm not positive about this position, but it's just something that I'm trying to spin the wheels about and how to continue. Is it worth giving up my bishop for white? I don't actually think so, because the tension has been relieved against the c5 pawn, and it's not like black has a threat here. Knight takes d4 still isn't scary. I want to take back with my pawn.
Yes, I agree. I think bishop f5 gives black a lot of defensive clarity. Yeah, black may be a little bit worse there, but black will also have active counterplay against the white king, and we have a move, and Jan takes on d4. And I'm a little bit surprised. Instant response from Anish. E takes d4. I don't like that move. I thought queen f6, Robert. Of course, we have been looking at this position for a total of like a minute, but unless Jan has something very concrete in mind here, this feels like a pretty serious concession.
I'm with you. He might have, in his head, visualized the knight versus bishop long-term scenario. We won't bore you with all the moves on the board, but if you actually had traded off the bishop for the knight and then trade off all the queens and the rooks, that's a horrible endgame for black. So this is what we are trying to instill in you as a viewer, is that sometimes you need to think what pieces, if they come off the board, if you're playing on a physical set and just studying, you can just grab them off the board and look at it and say, well, actually, I prefer this from one side or the other. And this endgame, if we see an endgame, white will be better because black has these pawns all on light squares, and both sides have light square bishops, which means that white can attack and black would have to defend. So queen f6 played. I don't think we'll see an attack against the white king. But Danya, some moves that come to my mind here, eventual rook lifts for white, like a rook c3 type of move. You don't even know what file I'm going to go to. Will I go to the e file? Will I go to the b file? Will I go to the g file for a potential attack? Maybe I'll stop at f3 in some positions. So I think that there are mysterious moves that white can make, but that still have a clear purpose and going after black side of things.
Yeah, I like rook c3 quite a bit. I think we should file that move away as a potential candidate move. But yeah, I really pulled a lot of rank to get permission to make that pun. No, I think Anish, if you showed him this position before the game and you said, how do you like it? He would love it. Black is out of counterplay. Of course, it's still a 3-result game. I think it's way too early to say that, white has no losing chances. There's always losing chances. Trust me, I know. But Jan is going to be uncomfortable here. And the clock is not a consideration in this game. Unsurprisingly, both players have been managing their time well. So that is not going to be the deciding factor. It's a relatively simple position. I think the deciding factor is going to be, can Anish find a way to tighten the screws, whether it's a slow move like h3 or a multi-purpose move like rook c3. This is a critical moment, and I think we can expect Anish to take a good chunk of time here.
I'll just add on that rook e1 to e5. I think putting that rook on that square, it freezes black, and you can double rooks in the e-file, and at some point consider pushing your pawns, g3, f4, maybe f5, use the pawn as a battering ram. think that white's position is easy to play. I don't see a plan for black. So I was getting fancy and funny with rook c3, but rook e1 seems like the best move to an open line. So let's head away from here, as both players do have the necessary time on their clock to figure things out. Why don't we back up to our bird's eye view and take a peek at another game that may be catching our attention.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Did you say both players do have enough time to make their moves properly? Sorry, a little bit of interference there.
I did not, but you're mentioning Zhu and Jun. Whoa, what is happening in that board against Nurdirbek and Mustarov?
And great call. Rookie one has been played by Anish Giri. The Gukesh game also heating up, but we got to check back into one of our tournament leaders. Nurdirbek has what seems like a vice-like grip over Zhu and Jun. This was an Italian where things have just kind of been steadily heading in white's direction. And d5 by Zhu and Jun. We join at a perfect moment, Robert. Things are exploding in the center.
Wow, and what is that knight doing on b6 behind enemy lines, but it's protected by a bishop on e3? And did you just notice that, Diane? The evaluation bar at first was hovering slightly in white's favor, and then with more depth, it seems like it says advantage grows for the white side. One of my big questions is that pawn on e5. I know I probably shouldn't take it right now because black will play d4 to trap the bishop on e3 and shut off circulation between that bishop and the knight that is stranded over there on b6. But that also opens up the bishop on b3. So I could see this getting tactical in the near future.
Absolutely. And there is also a primitive approach to this position. The way that I see it, there's a couple of candidate moves. The move rook a7 came to my mind, but it's one of those moves that I'm just going to mention from the safety and comfort of my commentator's chair. And I'm going to let the professionals do the calculating. But let's start with the most primitive approach. What happens if you play e takes d5, knight takes d5, and I'm pessimistic about this, but I just want to point it out for the viewers. Bishop takes d5. Now, very quickly, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5 is imprudent because then the bishop is going to hang and you're not going to be able to take the e5 pawn. So I was thinking takes, logical. Now takes the juicer on e5. And, black does have bishop here. With that being said, white's ponies can perform the rotation over to d7, so maybe it's a little bit unpleasant for black.
I do think it is very unpleasant for black because you have that vague compensation for the pawn in the form of a bishop pair, and the bishop on d5 is actually threatened by the knight on b6, so you might not have a bishop pair for that much longer. Is the white pawn on d3, is it that scary for black to face? Not yet, but if pieces start getting traded, we do have an extra pawn. So I'm with you, Daniel. I don't think that Nurdirbek really wants this type of position if he can avoid it, but if he does get here, he'll say, advantage white, extra pawn, you now need to prove that you can hold.
Yeah, we can see the eval bar is showing equality, which tells me that there is perhaps a very narrow path. I don't know whether it involves a move like bishop f6. It does run into knight b to d7. Maybe in that position you could trade on e5. But okay, that's one possibility. Of course, the other possibility, and these younger players especially, they're not just going to settle for the comfortable option. They are always going to calculate and force themselves to look for the maximum. Rook to a7. I keep coming back to this move. Am I correct to be tempted by it, or does it fail tactically to something like d takes e4?
I don't think it fails. Rook a7 looks quite strong. You're attacking the bishop on b7, and I understand why d takes e4 from a glance. It could look appealing for black, but then I see knight takes e5 as an option, and the bishop on b3 teaming up with the knight on e5 towards the f7 pawn. This reminds me a bit of one of the analysis lines we were going down between Pragananda and Donchenko. The pawn on f7 is in huge trouble. The bishop on b3 is slicing across the board. The bishop on b7 is under attack. Behind it, there's a bishop on e7 that could be a bit loose if you move in the wrong direction. I'm not actually sure how you defend this bishop because queen b8 runs into knight to d7. Knight b6 to d7, where the bishop on e3 suddenly protects the rook, the knight protects the other knight, the knight hits the queen and the rook on f8. Everything is falling apart.
I love how white's pieces are coordinated. You think you get forked, and this is the irony, but yes, you actually get forked. You're not the forker, you're the forked. And I don't even know how black maintains a playable position here. I mean, 0.4, 0.8, it's such a misleading evaluation. Even the computer is having a hard time making heads or tails of this position. I honestly have no idea what to do here. For black, I can't come up with a single move. Maybe bishop, I don't know, bishop d6? Ugh.
That is
no, knight f7.
Knight f7, yeah. They're tactics galore, and it's a position with all sorts of hanging pieces, crazy pieces, in fact. And so if you can take a piece, but your own piece is hanging in the process, maybe get the most out of it by stealing a pawn, like we just saw with knight takes f7. So this looks problematic for black. I'm looking at Nodirbek's clock. He is 30 minutes ahead. And after rook a7, by the way, I could see black just losing on the spot because everything appears to be hanging.
Yes, I would give this a 90% chance that Nodirbek goes for rook a7. Once he ensures that there's no concrete refutation, okay, you have to look at rook a7, d4, and make sure that the rook on b7 is stable. Spoiler alert, it is. But just the harmony of white's pieces, every piece playing a role. It's like a well-trained symphony orchestra with every single piece knowing its spot. And guess what? Rook a7 without further ado.
I thought you were just going down some of the rabbit holes we were, but then I looked at the camera and I saw Nodirbek played the move rook to a7. It's such a strong move. And for Jun, that bishop is under attack. If we just talk about the legal moves to defend that bishop, we talked about queen to b8 as one option, but d5 can be captured here by the knight as the bishop on e3 defends the rook once the knight gets out of the way, and the queen was one of the needed defenders of that pawn. So queen b8, at least let's visualize with our audience now. So queen to b8, knight takes d5, I lose a pawn. Doesn't look great. Bishop c6 saves the bishop, that's true, but knight takes e5, it comes with a shot at that bishop that is now on c6. That doesn't look appealing. Bishop a8, not available. Bishop c8, that also loses a piece because of knight takes bishop and the e7 bishop is hanging. Afterwards, can't get away with that for multiple reasons, in fact. So that leaves, besides the queen b8, are those pawn captures. D takes e4, or pawn to d4, and Danya, to my eyes, they all look problematic. White seems to be going up a pawn at minimum.
Yes, this is a fantastic breakdown, by the way, of black's options. And if people watching, you want to convert this into an instructive exercise, try to visualize, try to see how far ahead you can calculate. And this type of chaotic position presents an amazing opportunity for you to really work on getting that clear image of the board imprinted in your mind, which is what you have to do if you want to calculate these moves successfully. So we see from the eval bar that there is a path. There is some very narrow path that maintains a playable position for black. I think it is d takes e4, knight takes e5, and rather than queen b8, which walks into the fork on d7, queen to c7 there apparently is the best move, but you're also walking into a super nasty knight sack on f7. I would be shocked if Jun manages to come out of this alive.
Let's actually analyze that, because d takes e4, knight takes e5, and you said queen c7. So not only are you seemingly ignoring the knight takes f7 tactics, you're walking into another pin along the 7th rank because now your bishop can't move, which means that at some point a knight d5 tactic is in the air, exploiting the pin along the 7th rank. So does knight takes f7 work, Donna? That's the big question. I know you want to hop right in. The engine says it does. King takes f7, and where is the queen a2 comes to mind? What else?
Okay. I would probably refrain from bishop takes e6 and then queen a2, because if you let the king run to a square like f5, that's surprisingly enough a very safe place to be. You do not want to give away your bishop unless you essentially have forced mate. So instinctively, yes, I like the look of queen a2. What does black do in response to it? Apparently that's not the right move, but it's also not a terrible move.
I don't have the answer to how black responds because it looked scary. And bishop takes e6. Wow. Okay. Imagine seeing that from a distance. We have seen, by the way, d takes e4, knight takes e5. So if Jun plays queen c7, we will get down into positions just like this. So instead of queen a2, if we just back it up a half move here, what other moves, Danya? You love these types of positions. What other moves come to your mind as you try to exploit the various pins here?
Well, after I spend time indulging myself and looking at, the absurd moves, I'm also looking at, and I was actually covering this in a group class that I teach yesterday, that in these very chaotic positions, sometimes the hardest moves to spot are the quote-unquote most simple moves, but they're not really simple in the global sense. They're simple in the sense that you're not really engaging in more tactics. You're just like recapturing a pawn, or you're doing something that helps your position. But because we're taught to look for checks and captures and threats and forcing moves like pawn takes e4 can be hard to spot. I think this might be the key to the kingdom. And guess what, Robert? Let's give ourselves a pat on the back. We're following this line.
Wow. She plays queen c7.
Incredible Jew and June. Only move.
And she'll need to find a series of only moves. Look at her king on f7. So pawn takes e4, the calm approach from Danya. If the knight takes on e4, I'm just trying to get more pieces. I could see even a move like queen d7 coming to mind. There is no back rank checkmate because the bishop covers the c1 square, but my calculation, I didn't really calculate if I'm being honest, I was just suggesting a move. It's not accurate. I'm just teaming up on the e6 knight. If you take on d7, what? Oh my goodness. Are you serious?
That is brutal. Takes rook a8. Let's dance together. And what irony, Robert, that it's White's king who ends up in more trouble in this particular variation. White has to force a draw here, I think, with a knight e5 and knight d7.
Oh, wow.
Come
that
on.
Is an incredible move. I love moves like rook a8 because this goes to show you always need to calculate that one step further as you showed a back rank checkmate, because in our heads, we stop at a point that we think is good for us. Okay, just can you put on queen d7? Takes one more time, just so we can.
Yes, absolutely.
Show everybody. The knight on e6 is pinned, and it looks like you could team up on it. The rook on f8 is hanging. The bishop on b7 no longer has a defender. So if your rook is under attack and your bishop's under attack, you would think rook to b8 to defend, but you see that's unavailable because the knight covers that square. And so by process of elimination, once you get here, you see rook a8. But in your mind's eye, when you're visualizing this in your head, that back rank checkmate seems like an impossibility, and yet it is available. There was a knight on b6, so rook a8 was never even a thought, but now the knight has recaptured the queen, leapt into d7, rook a8 is a saving move. I am acknowledging that I didn't see it from a distance, but now that we're here, it makes perfect sense. You need to calculate that half step further, so that way you are always ending your calculation on maybe your opponent's move as a response to yours.
What an incredible concept. And Jacob Augard, I think, talks about a similar concept. He mentions that when you calculate, you need to take almost a pessimistic approach. Your default assumption should not be that all of my ideas work. It should be that my idea does not work. And you need to work just as hard on finding your opponent's resources as you would finding resources for yourself. That's your only chance to find a move like rook a8. What does this tell us? Well, this tells us that in this critical position, apparently there is another move. Okay, queen a2, of course, is our old friend. Maybe it's time for queen a2 to make an appearance. What do you think?
Yeah, that just looks very strong. I was trying to be direct, trading the queens off into a position that I thought would be winning. It wasn't. Queen a2. Oh, wow. And this one as well. How is black surviving these positions?
Oh my God, I also just came up with a crazy idea. Ooh, this is amazing. How does black survive this? I would point out, Robert, that one of the annoying things is that bishop takes c6. Okay, of course, it is a threat in the sense that it wins a piece, but it doesn't lead to forced checkmate. Black has this hiding spot on g6 with his king, and I actually think this gives black a tempo. You see something, take it away.
Well, what about king g6 right now? And if you take on e6, well, I see the evaluation reacted, but I was trying to go for rook takes f2 tactics, trying to get a back rank checkmate. I see it doesn't work. I get it. I'm making mistakes left and right. I own those. But bishop takes f2, queen c1 would land a checkmate in black's favor. So how quickly things turn. Oh, rook takes b7. That threw away the advantage. It's how tricky this position is.
Oh my God, I love this. What is black's move here? Because my idea is, okay, queen takes b7, I take your rook. Can you blame me for thinking rook b7 is winning? If rook takes
Nope.
a2, I mean, look at this. Rook a2, rook c7. And I understand people watching might be laughing and, oh, we're making mistakes. But first of all, we're taking a minute, 30 seconds in a position of this complexity, and we're having fun. We're trying to illustrate instructive ideas. It's not just about pressing the spacebar and saying, oh, this is the top engine line. It's also about appreciating the beauty and the richness of the ideas, even if they're not the top engine move. So this wins for white. Can we start by finding the saving resource after rook takes b7?
This is
Queen c3.
Queen c3.
Yes.
Wow, we did it. Teamwork makes the dream work. And Queen e1 checkmate is the threat. The queen on a2 is loose, and if you take the rook with your bishop on f2, you get checkmated in a different way after queen c1. You have to slide your bishop back, and queen takes e1. It is not just check, but it's the last check, and it is mate. And even queen f1 wouldn't save you because of queen e3 check. That's funny. But what a position this is. Actually, maybe that would save you. I take it back. But what a position this is. Really, so many tactics. We're going deep down into that dark forest where there's 2 + 2 = 5, and there's only room out for one player. And if you're Nodirbek Abdusattorov, I love that he paused in the game position, Danya, because as we are going to keep going down some of these variations, that you can't get to the position and then hope that it works out. After knight takes e5, queen c7, as in the game, he is for sure calculating knight takes f7. That is the move that he would play if he had 1 second on his clock. But he's just trying to make sure that he doesn't get there and then have to justify it. He wants to justify it right now.
That's exactly right. And we encountered a similar situation in the Maksud Luvidic game where you have to make sure that you're looking at other candidate moves as well. Before going down the rabbit hole, before plunging in and getting your hands dirty, you have to make sure that, wait a second, maybe there's a simpler approach that might not win the brilliancy prize, but maybe avoids some of the riskier complications, such as a move like d4 that has to be considered here as well. It's also tactical, but it's a little bit more manageable. My idea was to meet queen takes b6 with d5. So perhaps we should leave him to it because, I mean, obviously there's other games where action is unfolding at breakneck pace, but what a big moment as we sense the wheels are turning in Nodirbek's mind.
Oh, he sees a tactic. He smells a tactic. He eats tactics like this just for breakfast. It's his daily warm-up. But right now, he is vibing to the position. It's music to his ears because he is going for the kill against the Black King. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov, an amazing classical chess player, a former world rapid champion, and a Champions Chess Tour semifinalist. And as we're speaking about the Champions Chess Tour, here we go. The 2024 Champions Chess Tour is just days away. The Chessful Masters are headlined by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vladimir Fedoseev, and your 2023 CCT champion, none other than Magnus Carlsen. This Wednesday, we find out who will join them and fight for the first crown of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. Use the command CCT in chat for all the details. And as we get ready and are excited for the Champions Chess Tour and the Chessful Masters, we head back to the playing hall in Vaikanze, where so many fans flock, not just to watch the top players, but also to play in their own tournaments. We'll leave them to it. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Tata Steel Masters from Vaikanze, and we'll return shortly.
All right, first game we're going to play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm going to name a sport, and you're going to tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think
Pujols?
was Mike Matheny a player?
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah,
Okay.
I meet him all
What
the
about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right. I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods. But there's this very pretty girl there, Paige Spiranak.
All right. I like it. All right. What about poker?
Gosh. I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grishchuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rench.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fisher for now. But okay. I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fisher because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing?
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the newest the Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the latest one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the best good Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
okay.
We're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Okay. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Well, Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less. Yeah. But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday stream, especially. Like,
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTV?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer the movie or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with The Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
In the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation, the battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Noribek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Dingley Ren makes a return to the board after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for
Iconze, where the players enjoy chess inside the playing town. It is a coastal town. It is not the season where most people flock to it, except for chess players, year in and year out. And we have an aerial view of the game between Wei Yi and Max Vormerdam. And what a view it is, because, Danya, you brought this type of position to our attention earlier. There are some STEM games here, but neither player, they don't seem to know that. But it's a fun, really fighting position where Black's knight on h1 stole a rook. White has two pawns that are rumbling forward. Wei Yi, Max Vormerdam, locked in.
Wow, what a game it is. It's like you're walking a path that you think nobody has trodden before, and then, you see some very faint graffiti etched into the wall from the time of the Roman Empire. So we are following one of the lines that we outlined from a high-level correspondence game, but I simply have no idea how the players are supposed to approach this position. How are you supposed to choose a move in a situation like this, Robert? How do you even begin to calculate what to do? How do you distinguish between bishop g4 and bishop b6 and the move b5, which I think is what featured in that game? Oh, this is crazy.
This is a position that for Max Vormerdam, you look at it, a pawn just went to d6, your pieces are somewhat restricted. The knight on h1 is going to be captured at some moment, unless it hops back out via f2. So let's maybe not count that knight out just yet. I'm assuming it's going to be captured, but I'm only realizing that especially if White castles queenside, the knight can go back to f2 and maybe retreat itself into the game.
Oh my gosh, I have a couple of other things to point out. There's actually 3 games in this position, all 3 of them correspondence, and they featured 3 different moves. We talked about b5, that was Jensen versus Panatevsky. Correspondence players always have the most awesome names, but try this on for size, Robert. Here's another game, also featuring Klaus Jensen. He's like the world's leading expert in this position. He has 2 out of the 3 white games. In his other game, if we could pull up an analysis board, we saw the move bishop g4. The third move that was played is bishop e6. But after bishop g4, watch what happens in that Jensen game. He plays bishop to e7, which is kind of, I guess, White's main idea. And I could give chat like 20 attempts in this position. I could give myself 20 attempts. And I don't think I would guess the move bishop to a3, Robert.
Wow.
Bishop takes f8. Bishop takes b2. No, but this is insane. Bishop takes b2. e6. Oh my lands. Damn girl. And this will end in an incredible perpetual check. Just watch and enjoy. Bishop takes c3 check. Let me just get back to bishop takes c3 check. King to f1. Bishop takes e6. Bishop takes e6. Bishop takes a1. Bishop takes f7 check. This might be the most incredible draw I've ever seen. Now, you can't take this other bishop on f8 because you get mated, so you have to take this one. Check. And now another sacrifice. White is down a rook and 1,000 pieces and forces the perpetual check with queen e6 check because king h8 gets checkmated. Black has to go to f8, and this is how Jensen versus Panatevsky ended. No. Just no.
Could you imagine if somehow they go down that exact position? That would be the most ridiculous thing I could possibly imagine. So that is awesome. And it's important, everyone, that correspondence chess teaches players a lot because when you see correspondence games, they're using engines on very high depth. They're working super hard, investing a lot of time and effort into those games. So even sometimes a move that the engine rejects at first, the deeper you let it go, then you can see that it's actually an acceptable choice. So d6 this move that we just saw from a correspondence game, I don't think it deserves a question mark. I'm going to fight that question mark here. I think that the glyph is unwarranted. I think it's a perfectly reasonable move that we've seen even in high-level correspondence. And so I think it's perfectly justified, and it should really receive no glyph whatsoever.
Yes, my longtime coach, Grandmaster Alexander Kalinin, he also still is, I think, either correspondence GM or correspondence IM. And he really explained to me a lot of things about correspondence chess that I didn't fully understand. And as you said, Robert, in a lot of people's minds, correspondence in the modern day is kind of lame because, don't you just kind of let the computer sit for 3 days and play whatever the top suggestion is? Well, it's really not as simple as that. If you do that, you're not going to be a title player in correspondence. It really is a collaboration between very, very deep work with a computer, yes, but also very deep work by a human. You have to sense in which positions the computer might be succumbing to the horizon effect or maybe overestimating the material. And yes, that still tends to happen in positions like this, which are so complex that even the computer is not able to get to the bottom of it, even if you give it several hours of thinking time. So I would largely ignore the glyphs in the next couple of moves. And I would just point out one last thing, Robert. I'm just so excited with this position. This is amazing. If you play the immediate bishop a3, which was kind of attractive to me, the response to this move is not castle's queenside, which walks into this beautiful idea, queen takes e3, but instead, white drops the bishop back to d2, very easy to miss. Bishop takes b2, knight d1, retreating knight moves, and all of a sudden, black is in huge trouble on the queen side.
Their queen can protect the bishop with queen a3, but that doesn't actually save the bishop. That's the problem, is the rook slides the b1 and the bishop is trapped. By the way, let's look at how many pieces white has in the center of the board. On the C through the F files, and those 4 files, there's all 4 minor pieces and the white queen. And black has only this pawn on c6 and bishop on c8. So, and there's pawn f7, rook on f8. So very passive pieces, while white is quite forceful. The knight on h1 still offside, and now it's definitely not getting back. So you cannot afford to go to this continuation. Bishop g4
Let's go.
Was played.
Jensen versus Panatevsky. Let's go.
Wow, this is really awesome. How did that game continue, by the way? You just showed some bishop a3 continuation. So how did we actually get there?
It was bishop e7. I had to double check. And I'll put it this way. After bishop e7, my instinct with black would be to develop the knight to d7. So I'm actually curious why that's wrong. But that game went bishop e7, then that bishop a3 move that we all know and love. And then I've already forgotten what white did. I think white played,
E6?
Bishop takes f8.
Yeah.
Bishop takes b2, and then this insane move e6, just sacrificing everything under God's blue sky.
Well, I have to say, the bishop a3 idea, it is available in certain funky Sicilian defenses, so that could come to mind to undermine the defense of the knight on c3. But all this other stuff, bishop e7, takes, pawn e6, it's just wild. So I think castling queenside is the move that most people would probably play. But does that knight slink back out to f2? That's the question that I keep asking Danya, because white is down a rook for just 2 pawns. If that knight does not get captured and somehow black can stabilize, that is a lot of material in black's favor.
Yes, you're absolutely right. But I actually am pretty attracted to the prospect of castling queenside here because after knight f2, you could slide the rook over to f1 and potentially give it up. Well, give it up is the wrong word. You get 2 pieces for a rook. But let's not forget, white is up a rook to begin with. So this might be one of those games where we get a completely insane material imbalance, like, 2 minor pieces and 3 pawns for 2 rooks or something like that. But I agree. I think the 2 big candidate moves here are bishop to e7 and long castle. If Wei plays bishop e7, I'm expecting Max to go knight d7. I just feel like bishop a3 is, if bishop a3 is played, maybe we follow this line.
That would
not out of the question.
That would be absurd, truly absurd. I think castling queenside, it feels very natural here. Yes, the knight gets to f2, but it can't venture out from there. You slide your rook to f1, as you mentioned. Eventually, you can even surround that knight with your dark square bishop. But black is a couple turns away. Knight f2, then knight to d7, rook a to e8, things of that nature, just trying to coordinate your pieces and prevent some of the threats. The bishop on c4 is a nuisance. So let's leave these players to it. Of course, we'll come back here. Don't worry, everyone. We're not going to leave it for too long. But let's look at some of the other games that maybe are a little further along, as that one's only on move 11.
Okay, a quick update on some of the games we haven't checked in on in a while. Pragnananda versus Danchenko has kind of stabilized. Nothing too cataclysmic has happened. I think it's a very small but stable edge for Pragg. But if Sasha plays it well, I think black might be able to hold his own. I'm also looking at the top left, Robert, where Firouzja has just captured fearlessly a pawn on d5. And it looks like a lot of liquidation might happen on that board along the d-file. I'm seeing that the eval bar shows equality, so maybe there is, some sort of forced draw. And of course, bottom left, Maksudlu versus Vidit, the position just continues to get crazier and crazier. And finally, Robert, top left, Noterbeck versus Ju and Jun. They're going down the line that we examined with queen to a2. How do we make a decision here? Every game is exploding.
Okay, I'm going to make a quick decision to go back to the Noterbeck game against Ju and Jun, just because that's one of our leaders. We will, of course, touch upon the other co-leader, Gukesh. But look at what's happened here, where Noterbeck found the forcing continuations to go after the black king. But I think there was a mistake along the way. If we just go back to where we came from, queen a2, that's what I suggested. And the engine, not the biggest fan of it, but such a human decision. What did you tell me was black's best response? E takes d3, right? Was that the...
Actually, no, e takes d3 was what we were exploring. The correct move is impossible. It is an unfindable move, Robert. It is rook f8 to d8.
Yeah, okay.
Come on. Here we go with this again.
Well, I think the point of that is just going after the back rank checkmate to quickly show that rook d8, bishop e6, you're moving your king out of the check, and then after d4, there might be rook takes d4 in that position.
Yes, now d takes e4 succumbs to back rank mate. Immediately d4, deflection.
D6 knight's also hanging, so I'm hanging everything.
No, but d5, okay. And queen takes e6 is possible. My God. That's what I call the vacuum queen. Just vacuum all of the minor pieces up on the 6th rank. But Ju and Jun doesn't spot it. Instead, she plays the much more human move, queen up to c6, protecting the knight on e6. Man, the computer is just savage. But this allows Noterbeck to liquidate. Liquidate is the wrong word. To cash in his chips, let's say, takes on b7, takes on e6. Now he's only down an exchange, but look at what he's got in return. First of all, he's got a pawn, Robert, and just look at the harmony, the coordination of his minor pieces. And maybe it's time just to, clear the air with a move like d takes c4.
But move order is so important. If we just go back before rook takes b7, which was given a great move, and that I agree with, because bishop takes e6 check. If we reverse our move order, you take the knight, the black queen takes the bishop, we trade queens on e6. At the end of the line, white does regain the bishop on b7, but you see the evaluation is all the way in black's favor because e takes d3. It's even material, but not an even position because black has the best pawn, that passed pawn on d3. The knight on b6 is actually trapped over there. b4 is loose, so this would be a winning advantage for black despite the even material. So what Noterbeck decided to do was give up his rook for a bishop, and then he was able to get that knight on e6 with check, because when a king is unsafe, if you're the side on the attack, you want to keep queens on the board. And so he keeps the queens on the board. He is technically down a rook for a bishop, and he has one pawn. But look at the rook on f8, not participating. Look at the king on e8, in the center of the board with a knight on b6, a bishop on e6 right in front of it. The queen on a2, it's lurking. It can join the party soon. But now, Danya, it's about being accurate. And at this stage, d takes e4 to me is the most natural move just because my pawn's under attack. But perhaps there is something better in this position than just simply trading pawns.
Yeah, you have to look for, also more direct tactical moves like maybe knight back to d5, bishop c8. I mean, you have to go through the motions of looking at the checks and the captures. But d takes e4 definitely kind of in Noterbeck's pocket. and keep that away from Anish Giri, or he's going to put the e4 pawn in his pocket. But a big decision here to be made for Noterbeck, and we really should not take it too harshly on either player, Robert. Handling this position with total computer precision is virtually impossible. Rook d8, another one of those moves that, yes, if Ju Wenjun loses this game, she will be mad at herself for missing that move. That's just the nature of chess players. We're perfectionists. We think we're supposed to find everything. But, man, from a practical standpoint, this was very well done by Noterbeck.
No matter who you are, finding moves like rook d8 when your king's in trouble, when there are pins left and right, and it's not even clear that you're gaining that much from it. But the point was to give the king a safe square on f8 to allow the rook to remain in the game. So giving up material was a good call there. So d takes e4. Noterbeck, he is definitely in charge right now with his king safely on its castled square.
Ooh.
So why don't we head out from this game, Danya? It seems like you want to explore something.
Just one last thing. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. It's fine. Just to point out, first of all, way he played bishop e7. Unbelievable. But just in the Ju Wenjun game, if black recaptures that pawn of the queen, there's knight back to d5 with a bunch of mate threats. But forget all of that. There's a white bishop on h6 to the left of that, on the right side of the board, on the left side of your screen, in Maksudlu versus Vidit. What is going on here? And Ju Wenjun has blundered. She's played queen takes e4. She's going to lose.
Oh, let's go right back to the game.
Oh,
yes,
my lands, girl.
You were shouting out this variation. So, Danya, why don't you do the honor of plunking that knight from b6 back into the game and showing why this is winning for white?
This is a retreating knight move, the hardest category of move to spot. This will end the game because, well, queen takes c6, knight c7 is easy. But after knight takes d5, white doesn't have any knight left, but it is a nightmare for black knight. Nonetheless, queen a8 check, bishop d8, queen c6, and look at this mate, Robert. First, you give this very important check on g5, shutting down the final exit route, and now you box in the king with a divine checkmate on d7. Okay, Ju Wenjun is not going to cooperate. Yes.
But go down that variation again with knight takes d5, and before you went bishop g5 check, because I think this is very instructive and something that you can miss even at this very high level from a distance, that if queen d7 check, the black king just escapes to f6, and now black is winning. So it's possible, even for super strong players like Ju Wenjun, even Noterbeck Abdusattorov sometimes, to miss bishop g5 check, that inclusion from a distance, because after knight f6, it looks like white has no checks. We take it for granted that many people in our audience say, well, what check is there? Queen d7 is mate, but also queen takes e4 for good measure, wins the queen, so you don't even need to deliver the checkmate. But perhaps bishop g5 check is missed. I don't know what else could have been overlooked, because knight d5 is just a killer shot. You can't take the bishop on e6, as you said. Knight c7, queen a8 mate is a threat, and well, you're going to show bishop d8. Is that the defense here?
I think you have to try it. Yeah, I think it's literally the only move to defend against queen a8. Now, don't go queen a8 here. Hoping for queen takes e6, knight c7, because, well, queen b1 will put your dreams and ambitions to an end. But, okay, I'm sure that there is a killer blow here. It's just a matter of finding an accurate move. Okay, queen e2 comes to mind.
You know what else comes to mind?
E6, sorry.
F3 in some positions comes to mind, because the knight on d5 protects the bishop. Queen takes e6 still not available to black, because I blundered. I'm owning it, but queen takes e6 doesn't work because of knight c7 check.
Amazing idea.
And he played knight to d5. So step one is on the board, and you see everybody is congregating at this board because they sense that there's a checkmate on the horizon. Danya, you find it for me. I know you've got all the talent in the world. What is Noterbeck going to do once the bishop retreats to d8?
Oh my gosh, I've put on the spot here. I'm looking for it. It's not knight c7. I have a feeling it's some slightly slower move. I mean, first of all, I just want to point out, even if white makes a waiting move like h3, probably white preserves a winning advantage. I mean, that is the great horror of black's position. Maybe it's actually not such a bad move to prepare queen a6.
I think h3 might be the best move, because it keeps all the threats alive and stops black's only threat. You see the evaluation bar does not change. So knight d5, that was played.
It's been played. Bishop d8 on the board.
h3. That is such a finesse, a waiting move, giving the king luft, no back rank problems for you anymore, and the black king remains in the center, and it's just in big trouble. So I love moves like that. Danya, I was trying to go for the direct checkmate, but the right thing to do is slow down for a turn. It's not like Ju and Jun can escape.
Exactly. It's very simple logic. You want to play queen a6 and surround black's king. You can't do it because of a back rank mate. Observation 2, queen takes e6 is not a threat because of what you pointed out earlier. Knight takes d5 also doesn't change the nature of the position because white recaptures the bishop and the bishop slides over to c6. There are too many mating patterns. Noterbeck will find h3 by process of elimination. You just need to solve the biggest and the only remaining problem in your position, the back rank. This is stunning. What a round. And the best is yet to come.
We have all of these blistering games. I mean, just fireworks. Every game has some intensity to it. Why don't we leave Noterbeck, because we have been looking at this for a while. He is the leader. We will not want to miss the action in his game. But let's go back to our bird's eye view, because I see another game with a huge swing in the evaluation bar. In the middle, on the bottom row, Wei Yi played bishop e7, so we're following some crazy correspondence games. That's good fun. In the top left, it looks like for Gukesh and Alireza Firouzja, still a ton of fight there with the black king going to f8. So Alireza, he is fearless. Then I see in the bottom right, Anish Giri, he is up a pawn against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but the evaluation bar is not through the roof. And then last but certainly not least, I guess I'm probably missing a game or two, but I want to go to our bottom left game because now Vidit Gujrati has the upper hand against Parham Maghsoodloo, because Parham, I think he tricked himself, Danya. If we go down that game, we will dive into the specifics, but Vidit Gujrati, he's at the board calculating, working hard, while Parham, he left to go look at the Noterbeck game. Look at this last move. Bishop takes h6. If we just backtrack a half step, it took a pawn on h6. It's trying to distract the g7 pawn from the defense of the knight, so it's perfectly justifiable logically. But black clearly can take control. How does Vidit respond?
Well, I mean, the obvious move for black here, of course, is to take the pawn on c5 and hit the rook and try to disrupt this mechanism. And Maghsoodloo's idea, he obviously saw queen takes c5. I think Maghsoodloo's idea is to play rook takes f6, but clearly black has a resource of some sort in this position. Because if I just want to point out for newer players, like if you just play g takes f6, in a way this bears a striking resemblance, Robert, to the Warmerdam idea with bishop a3. It's the same concept where black's pawn can only take one piece at a time. And after g takes f6, bishop takes f8. Okay, probably black has sufficient compensation, but it's not the end of the world. But in this position, I mean, what is the killer resource that is responsible for the evaluation?
I only would find this because the evaluation is so heavily in black's favor, and if g takes f6 isn't it, queen e7. And I think the key here is that the white rook is trapped.
Wow. You're threatening queen f6, and after rook f3, Robert, you could say, oh, but yeah, congrats, you can play bishop g4, but I'm going to get two pieces for a rook. Why is that wrong?
The bishop can safely retreat, that's true, but e4 is the knockout blow. The rook is pinned, you pile up pressure on the pinned piece, and after e takes f3, it's not just check one way, it's double check, leading to a mating attack. So if Vidit can show some tremendous restraint here and not take first a bishop on h6 in the live board, and then after rook takes f6, his little pawn on g7, it can take either piece, it should take neither. But I do have to note, Danya, that it's not, I think, the clearest path to victory from there, even though the engine loves, let's say, queen takes c5, rook takes f6, queen e7, just to maybe go down a couple more moves, that after bishop takes g7 first, king takes g7, rook f3. Now, I see bishop g4, it still pins the rook to the king. That looks promising for black. But when you do take on f3, and I take back with my pawn on f3, there is this open g-file against the black king. The white queen can go into e4, f5, and if you can line up the bishop behind the queen for a battery and a checkmating attack, it could get out of hand. Now, black is better. Black is up a rook for a bishop and two pawns, but the pawns are not great. But I just want to point out that black's king has not reached safety and thus gives white chances.
That's a great point, and this is precisely the kind of position where Vidit's excellent preparation will come in handy. That 45 minutes or however much time he will have if this position is reached, you want to spend it wisely. You really need it to figure out the proper arrangement, where to put your king. Maybe a move like queen g5 should be played, but there's no question that his work is cut out for him, even if he finds all of the correct moves, and I think he will. Look at the intensity on Vidit's face. He knows, he senses that this is a chance to score a huge victory with the black pieces. This is amazing. I mean, we don't even have to artificially hype up any action here, Robert, because the action is coming to us on every single board.
And that's the beauty of Vaikunze. I say it every time I cover this event. The organizer does maybe the best job in the world at inviting a diverse set of players who always fight. Some games will end in quicker draws when people play perfect chess. A draw is the likely outcome. But I really enjoy seeing all these different players come to Vaikunze and showcase their talent. So Vidit, he is not recaptured. He is calculating. If he finds queen takes c5 and queen e7, really just hats off to him. He deserves to convert this game. But let's leave him to it. He's deep in thought. Let's go to his compatriot, Gukesh, who is one of the co-leaders of the event, because in the top left of our screen, by the way, on the bottom row, second from the left, Abdusattorov did find h3. Great move from him. Brilliant decision. But let's go to the top left between Firouzja and Gukesh, just because we have not spent much time here, and it could shake up the leaderboard.
Wow, just a huge shout out. Speaking of taking off your hat, let's kind of tentatively congratulate Noterbeck on what would be a brilliant victory, a second consecutive victory, having defeated Max Warmerdam before the rest day. He now takes down third victory in a row.
He beat Jordan. Not Jordan. He beat Jordan before that, right?
In like that 20-move game.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. And now another miniature. Noterbeck is on fire at exactly the right moment, barring a miracle. I think this is the next result that we will see. The women's world champion is out of resources, but this is a huge game as well, and the tension has reached a peak. Now, I mentioned earlier, Robert, that perhaps I'm influenced by the eval bar, but I can see how a game like this kind of quickly liquidates. Black is up a pawn, but White's compensation is obvious to the naked eye. White has the bishop pair. There's nagging pressure on the king side, and clearly Black's king, which has just slid over to f8, presumably in order to take the sting out of a move like queen e6, is still not very comfortable.
You want to hear something funny, Dunya? I thought the queen was on d1 and the rook on e1. Like, it's not very often you see the queen on e1 and the rook next to it like this. But yeah, queen e6 check, that would have hurt. The light squares are under White's control because only Gukesh has a light square bishop, but Black has an extra pawn. So if you don't see some liquidation, and if that black king is feeling safer on f8, then you can start playing for an advantage for Black. The c3 pawn is a weakness and a long-term one. I'm not that greedy. I'm not taking the pawn a2 anytime soon, but I'm just noting that it's not defended. But for Firouzja, your king on f8, Danya, you're a very aggressive tactical player. Do you like that king there? Do you actually believe that it can find safety?
Well, I mean, I think it's the best that Black can do, given the circumstances on the king side. By the way, just on the topic, quick tangent on the topic of, the weird arrangement of the queen and the rook. My friend Grant, who is the chief organizer of a lot of the Charlotte events, he is kind of a encyclopedia when it comes to obscure rules. And I might be misquoting, but I think he told me something that, like, if the king and the queen are arranged on d1 and e1, like when they're improperly set up, I think there's a rule that if the game goes on for, I think it was 8 moves or longer, then you actually have to continue the game if it's an official classical game. If one of the players notices the improper arrangement, then you have the option of restarting the game with the pieces in their proper spots. So there's a lot of obscure chess rules. And let's get back to this position. How does White increase the initiative? I like White's position. I would take White any day, but I'm also kind of struggling to figure out a way to make inroads. I mean, queen e6 is no longer a check. It doesn't seem like it carries a lot of punch. I mean, even queen b6 check can be considered. What to do? Do you flick in? Do you flick in the exchange on g6? Who does that favor? It's another big question.
And a difficult one to answer. I could tell when you ask it, you're like, well, I need to calculate it. This is not a position that you just make a move in and then figure it out. There is a lot of calculation required because black has this bad dark square bishop on g7. It's staring into its own pawn. And anytime white trades on g6, that will give black the future opportunity to push the f-pawn to once again flex the might of a fianchettoed bishop. So f takes g6, it loosens some of black's control by creating a pawn that's hanging, but also loses white's control of key squares like e6 and gives some future options. By the way, black may think about playing bishop h6 at any moment, Danya, to reroute that bishop to a much better diagonal. And then the weak squares in white's camp, e3, chief among them, f4 as well. This game, 3 results are possible, and I'm looking at the clock. Alireza, he's well ahead. I think some of the more difficult decisions are here for Gukesh. I know I was speaking as if it was black's move, but I'm trying to point out that black does have ideas. So Gukesh, he may need to find an accurate play here so that black suddenly doesn't get on the offensive.
And all of this increases the temptation of queen e6. If you can make that move work, at least the battle becomes concrete. And with your clock dwindling down, that's kind of what you would prefer. I also realized that after queen e6, queen b6 check, if I could make these moves on the board, I'm almost afraid to take the plunge because of how complicated this is. But queen b6 check, I realized that not only does white not have to take, white can actually play this gorgeous move, bishop f2. You want to trade queens? Have it. Have it my way. Just like the old Burger King motto, f takes e6, and Gukesh might be buying himself a nice burger if he can go down this line after bishop c5 and win the game on the spot. So that's out of the question, Robert. Suddenly, I'm starting to like queen e6 again. Knight f4 looks very flashy, but I think it's a blunder. But not because of this. Why is it a blunder?
Is it... if it's not queen takes d7, which is surprising to me, is it just dropping your queen back to a square like e4? Or c4. Wow, the pawn is hanging. That's even better, of course.
Huh. Queen takes c4.
Oh.
Wow. No. What is the move here? Is it rook takes d7, knight takes e6, f takes e6? But that didn't look all that appealing to me.
No way. We've already sacrificed enough people's queens for the day.
It is rook takes d7. No, this is ridiculous. And this is winning for white.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. This is this position where it looks like black has the pawn completely under control. You're covering the promotion square. But I guess, Robert, the reason is because white will just park a rook on d1 and ultimately deflect whatever piece lands on d8, whether it's the king or the queen.
Wow, you bring your bishop around. And also, if the queen goes to d8, or even bishop g4 becomes an option because the f-pawn is pinned. So this is a very difficult line to spot because you have to assess it properly from afar. And I think that makes queen e6 less likely to be played because knight f4, if you just go back to that position really quickly, as this one apparently is winning for white, then knight f4, you should queen takes d7, which is also my first instinct. But after queen d7, the swap of queen for the 2 rooks, it says that white is not in fact winning. f5 will drop. That knight on f4, it's actually quite a menacing piece. And there are no checkmates against the black king, at least not that I see. So if f5 falls, suddenly we could be talking about a position where black may play for a win. Knight takes h3 check and things of that nature. So it's a position where all 3 results become possible.
Yeah, it's very easy to blunder. For example, bishop g4. Great example of a huge blunder. Okay, even queen takes d7 or starting with knight e2 check, also good. And black cashes in with 2 extra pawns at the end. Apparently there was an even better move. But I think people understand the point and people understand what's at stake here and the complexity of the position. It's very, very easy when you've got the eval bar. It influences the direction of your thinking. But Gukesh has no idea. Maybe queen e6 loses by force for all he knows. He's now down under 20 minutes. This game is going to reach its climax pretty soon. Big decision. 15 minutes now and counting has been spent by Gukesh in this critical moment.
And what was so crazy about that position is queen e6. It still says equality. So black will have a resource that's not knight f4, but I do think knight f4, it looks like it's hard to justify completely, though that pawn in the 7th rank, as we saw, that would be not just enough to compensate for the queen, but it would be winning for white because you likely will get a new queen once you dislodge black's defenses. So I hate to take us away from this game, but it's so interesting, but so are the other ones. Let's go back to our bird's eye view if we have a moment, because the other games are equally exciting. If you look at the game in the middle on the bottom row, we did see white strike with e6, and Max Vormadam is back on the clock against Wei Yi. Meanwhile, to the left of that, Rebecca Bustarv still in that winning position. Zhu and Jun has yet to move. In the bottom left, Vidit has not responded to that bishop sacrifice on h6, so he is trying to figure out what to do next. And then the right-hand side of our screen, it looks like we have a pawn up for Nishgiri, and then the top right, that's just still a long battle between Donchenko and Pragnananda. So I want to go back to the Wei Yi game. Danya, I don't know about you.
Absolutely. And I'll point out that the Giri Nepo game, I think Jan has sufficient compensation for the pawn at bottom right in the form of his very active bishop on c6, but I don't think it's worth missing potential action in our incredible Vienna matchup between Wei Yi and Warmerdam. So I'm predicting a draw in Nepo, in Giri versus Nepo. If that game heats up, we will take you there. But let's have an update. It's crazy how close we came, Robert, to actually following that correspondence line. We were following it all the way up until Warmerdam's previous move, which was not bishop a3. It was, in fact, knight to d7, instantly met with e6. What a nasty shot. A sobering blow. And black is living life on the edge here.
What a game this is. These are the types of games that makes me fall in love with chess even more. I mean, just look at this position. White's king is in the center, and white is down a rook, and yet white is the one attacking the black king. E6 is looking to rip that light square diagonal open, and they continue to go after the black king. Not to mention the knight on d7, which just developed there. It's loose, Danya. So if black thinks, let me just trade on e6, pawn takes e6, that knight on d7, it is hanging. The bishop a3 tactics still in the air. Let's go bishop takes e6 check as their response. Trade. And if you go king h8, trying to slide your king to safety, down goes this knight on d7. But bishop a3, the game does continue, at least when you're trying to assess this with non-computer assisted eyes. Bishop a3 still looks like you have a lot left to prove for white.
Yes, bishop a3. White has to find a proper response. Maybe long castle. I mean, maybe you could actually flick in. You could flick in bishop takes f8 because that creates a mate threat. What do you see?
That looks great. Bishop takes f8 because the very worst, you can take on b7 now because there's no rook b8 to follow. So black just doesn't have enough, as if b7 drops, b2 is also protected. The knight on h1, even if it survives, how many pawns is black down?
Yeah, too many to count. I was a humanities major. But speaking of bishop a3, Robert, I think what this is telling us is that f takes c6 is a decisive mistake. You cannot touch this pawn. It's radioactive. Maybe you just have to push your chips. Well, you've already pushed your chips into the middle of the table a long time ago. That was like move 3. This bishop a3 resource is, the only button that black can really press to take white's attention away from, the massacre in the center. So bishop a3 might be the only try here. I don't know.
I would be so scared to play bishop a3 with a pawn on e6. I'm not even sure if that pawn is going to take on f7 or d7.
Or neither. Maybe it's just going to chill on e6 for a while.
Just hang out, have a snack. Bishop a3. If you play bishop takes f8, I don't think you can get away with bishop takes b2 in that position because of ef7 with check, but I I've been proven wrong many times today, and then there's like queen e8 ideas as well, in addition to all sorts of other.
God,
like
this is unholy. This is profane. Have you gotten the Pope's permission to look at these lines?
Let's just show that. I mean, we're having fun here. Bishop f8. If you take on b2, e takes f7 check. What? This is still equal somehow. The black king has to go to h8 because king f8 runs a queen e7 mate. And for king h8, I was thinking that queen e8 might be destructive, but apparently not. It's equal. How?
But it's not this move. Queen takes c3 check. I was going to point out, white, it looks like, black is going to start checking. Simple king f1, and suddenly there are no checks. So it's not queen takes c3, but what is it? Unreal.
Is it
knight?
Queen d8?
Queen d8, bishop g7, king g7.
f8 equals queen. Let's keep going down that. I think it's
winning. Takes
a
queen,
f8?
Opening up a pathway for your queen to f7.
Yes.
King h6, because king h8 gets mated in one move.
Queen f4.
Oh my gosh. And you pick up the bishop with check. King h5. I got to do it.
Ooh,
95 or no? Bishop takes c3 is a big threat.
Okay, so now we're in a position where we have to deliver a checkmate. Bishop f7 check is met by
94.
knight g6. That's pretty incredible. 94 looks nice to try to bring that knight in, but you don't have knight g3 available, which is the funny part. And you don't have f6 available either, because the bishop covers that with the queen.
And the knight from h1. It's like you've chopped off its head. It's lying on the ground, and it's still throwing some punches. So maybe it's time for our favorite move of the day. Taking a page out of Noterbeck's move, I don't know, something like h3.
Let's do it.
I don't know. Is that the move?
It
is the move.
Yeah, bishop takes f3. If you take with the queen, the black king does escape via h6 and then g7. So g4 check, as you're pointing out. And after king h4 in this position, queen h6 is checkmate. So what?
But I take it.
Takes.
Queen back.
Yes. With bishop e6. And king. I think you could take the knight and rinse and repeat the position and mate them on f2. King f4, queen h2 check.
God.
And then king wherever, queen to f2 is mate.
There was a knight on h1 that was covering that square. Unbelievable. You spotted that instantly. Queen h1, queen h2, queen f2. Insane. And he's played it. Bishop a3 is on the board.
Oh my gosh. But you know what's the key to the survival in this? Because we are having fun, and these are very legitimate lines. That black can take this knight at c3, not with the queen in that position, Danya, but with the bishop. I know this is just going to sound like a totally foreign language to most people at this moment where there's a king checkmated. But take on c3 with the bishop. That actually helps defend your king in the event of these bishop takes g7 check lines. So if the king scoots over, queen can now go back to d8. And I don't think you have the same, or maybe you do have the same mechanism.
I would also point out, Robert, just really quickly, in the initial position, white can also castle long. So I think we might see Wei Yi dodging all of these lines and castling queenside. We haven't even delved into those complications yet, but this is definitely the cool place to hang out. Yeah, maybe white still has bishop takes g7 check, same idea. So apparently there is some equalizing resource in this position. What could it possibly be?
You're asking the wrong guy. So you know what else comes to mind? But probably doesn't suffice. Queen h5.
h5, I was thinking the exact same thing.
But how would that work if the queen takes the rook in the corner, for example?
I was
queen takes f7. Oh no, the bishop's on c4. Sorry, I'm blundering the queen. I get too excited.
You're totally good, man. Wait a second. Queen f5. I mean, hey, why not a queen sacrifice from the black side here? We've had everything else. We're just lacking a queen sacrifice.
Wait,
maybe
Danya?
Just like, yeah? h6.
Can I somehow play like a queen c5 where I threaten checkmate on my own? But...
Oh, bishop e7, knight f8.
Knight f8,
Look
exactly. And it's equal.
God,
how is this equal?
Bishop h4, I don't know.
No way.
Bishop h4. And oh my gosh, and look at this, Robert. The rook is hanging. Black's best move, rook a8 to c8 to move the rook onto a defended square. And it's still equal.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
Bishop d8 blunder's mate.
What is this position? This is just absurd. The knight on h1 is actually doing really heavy lifting by helping Black threaten the checkmate, which means that White doesn't have a free hand. Danya, I'm out of breath.
One more thing.
So, okay, go ahead.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that we might see after bishop a3 the move castles queenside. So people shouldn't be surprised if he does this, because after queen takes c3, b takes a3, this is a completely different category of crazy, or e takes f7 check first. But, I mean, it's a complete toss-up. It's 50-50 on whether he takes on f8 or he castles queenside. But I think this might be our last chance, Robert, to take a break.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm losing my breath because of how excited I am. I feel like screaming into the computer. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Wei Yi has another one of those against Lazar Bruzan. So Max Vormadam, he'll have to have his antennas up. He's going to have to play amazing defense because this is one of the most vicious attacks against a king that you will see. We'll be right back for more from Vaikon Zay. Do not go anywhere. It's round 11, the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2024.
Coffee, I guess.
Play sports and take a shower or take a shower.
I think maybe take some more rest.
Preparing a couple of hours, not more. Just try to focus on the chess, but I do try to keep the schedule the same each day. I will not reveal what I do, but it's some kind of a meditation.
Yeah, brush my teeth before the game.
It's by working on opening. It's actually important not to do anything special. Wake up, breakfast, prepare, play chess, dinner.
Sleep and generally relax maybe 1 or 2 hours before the game.
Normally I just prepare with computer.
Sleep well, eat well, and then if I'm lucky to play well as well.
What if we give him a few distractions? How about Meg? This month on Chess.
National Master Alex Banza, and I'll be presenting you Silman's complete endgame course from beginner to master. Besides what you will see from Mr. Silman, I'm gonna try to do my best and share with you some of the insights that I managed to steal from my coach. Trust me, you have never really imagined something like this could be compared to chess. You will notice that the difficulty of these positions will kind of increase exponentially as long as we progress with the series. Let the games begin. Knight takes on a3, bishop takes on a3, knight b5, targeting your bishop, targeting the pawn. You have to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Knight takes on c3, defending my pawn. Knight e2, but after the stunning knight to b1, threatening pawn to a3, pawn to c3, threatening b2, threatening a2. There is just no way to stop. Improve your endgames and start crushing your opponents with this very evil playstyle.
We are back, and while we were away, the game continues between Wei Yi and Max Vormedam, one of the epic clashes in Vaikunze. We just celebrated 25 years since that Kasparov-Topalov game, and this one is one of those memorable contests that you will not be forgetting anytime soon. It should go into the chess books, and it's still just getting started. I'm with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Robert Hess, and Danya. Bishop A3 was on the board in the game between Wei Yi and Max Vormedam here in the 11th round of the 2024 Tata Chess Tournament. And as we see, the Black King, it's sitting in the corner. Usually that means it's defended. Here, not so much. It is just craziness.
Absolutely. It's amazing. We might be following this line. And to make things even more interesting, the time continues to dwindle. This is only move 15, which is just an absolutely mind-boggling thought. By the way, we saw, of course, Anish Giri and Jan Epanishi signing the peace treaty. A good hold by Jan. He was never in huge trouble, but holding a slightly unpleasant position with some very accurate play. So Anish Giri stays in the Dronish Swamp. And we have 2 games now, having ended in a draw with Ding and Van Forest. The first to conclude. But oh my gosh, Robert, what an amazing way to pay homage to the masters of the past. How proud someone like Wilhelm Steinitz or Alexander Alekhine would be to watch a game like this and to know that even in 2024, even when they start to wonder, what is this screen that we're watching the game on? What are they wearing? Why is there no cigarette dangling from their mouths? And so who are these 2 clowns commentating the game and talking way too fast? But even in this new time, there's still room for romantics and the romantic style of chess.
And Danya, you mentioned the word time. So for the first time in a long while, I looked. And these players, Black is 18 minutes, White now under 13 minutes for this position. Like, this couldn't get more complicated, whether White castles queenside or plays bishop takes f8. But I got to ask you, because of the clock situation, I mean, that makes it a difficult decision to make. So let's actually, I guess I just saw you react. So you want to take us elsewhere for a second?
Oh my God. I mean, I don't even know what to do. I just want to point out that in the game, Firouzja versus Gukesh, Gukesh versus Firouzja, knight f4, the move that we had been examining has been played. Great work by our producer, Bick, is on top of it. Look at the top left of your screen. That knight has just landed on f4. This is the position that we spent a lot of time in. And rook takes d7 apparently leads to a near decisive advantage. But that is, okay, it's possible, it's findable, but it is an incredibly difficult move. So we might have yet another queen sacrifice. Perhaps we should wait for Gukesh's move because we've already, chewed this position up and we've looked at it. Okay, let's go there. Let's go to Gukesh.
I mean, it's hard to choose when every game is as just feisty as these are. But knight f4, that's the first move that I recommended. Alireza Firouzja plays the same choice. It gets a question mark. But Danya, I think the reason why is so deep and so fantastic, it's definitely worth showing again, because when my queen's under attack, I want to move my queen and I want to take 2 rooks for it. But apparently that's the incorrect decision, as we looked at a little while ago.
Yes, we know that queen takes d7, instinctual move, double-edged, proximal equal. Queen takes c4, also wrong. The correct move here, for people just joining, is the queen sack. Rook takes d7, knight takes e6, and as we saw earlier, after f takes e6, it's a very easy position to fall into the illusion that the pawn is not dangerous. Why is this illusion created? Because after rook takes d7, which by the way is not the most resilient defense, but it is the human move, you're controlling the promotion square. So the problem is that White kills you by death with 1,000 cuts. It's not an immediate win, but White's ultimately going to play either rook d1, Robert, or even rook e1 to e8. And Black just cannot contain all of the entry points with the queen and the bishop on g7. A terrible piece. If you try to open it up, then you just walk into promotion.
And you were saying that rook takes rook is not the most stubborn defense. I certainly believe that based on what we've been analyzing. But you have to do something. E7 check is the knockout. Yes, your rook on d8 is protected by the queen, but e7, it forks the king and the rook, and that's game over. So rook e8, bishop d5 was what I was assuming.
There, maybe.
Oh, that's great eye by you. But even that looks tough because the black king is cut off. But let's show that. Bishop d5, just trying to reinforce the pawn on e6. Rook takes e6, as you pointed out. Then after bishop takes rook, it seems like a free piece. But then there's queen b6 check. And look at the engine. It's just going up and down with each and every turn. It just goes to show how complex this is, that I don't know what to make of it. Every move seems to be blunder prone.
Yeah, I mean, this position I thought was maybe playable for black, but now I realize it's probably not after rook cd1. The king is simply too weak. If the black pawn was on f7, okay, maybe the king could hide on g7. But to rewind a little bit, apparently bishop d5, which to me is ultra natural. I mean, this is kind of an automatic reaction, is not the move. Maybe black has something like rook e7 here, and this version holds things together. Yes, looks like rook e7 threatens actually rook takes d7 and queen takes d5, which is a big problem for white, and bishop takes c4 walks into this fork on c5. You would really kill to have your king on h1 here to avoid all of those checks, Robert. So even if white finds this, there's plenty of work to do, and he's in time pressure on top of it.
So you probably have to make some kind of like rook e1, but I don't even want to suggest moves anymore because every move that I've suggested has been shown as being inaccurate. And actually, truthfully, to everyone watching, I don't mind being wrong. As a commentator, it's our job to walk through these positions to see it from the player's perspective as well. That it's not just the engine says you're winning, so you're going to win. You see traps, you see ghosts, you get worried about your own king safety, but rook e1 instead of bishop d5, that gets the rook behind your pass pawn. White is still well ahead. So if Gukesh plays rook takes d7, that would be amazing. But I think, as you said, Donna, with him on the clock, down to 12 minutes, it's not that easy to spot because the game goes on from there and there is no immediate knockout. You could get a little concerned that you don't have quite enough pieces for the attack.
And even this position, right? I've put rook e7 on the board. How do you know it's plus 2.5? Apparently the best move is the cold-blooded bishop takes b7. Okay, come on. I mean, clearly the computer hasn't had his breakfast yet. And I just wanted to spotlight a beautiful mate. If queen takes c3, Chekaruski, Chekovich on e7, and Meitashvili on d5 with the bishop, it seems like every game is just the gift that keeps on giving. So, again, even if Gukesh finds rook takes d7 as he drops now to just about 11 minutes on the clock, he will still have to do a tremendous amount of work, and he runs the risk of losing that position. Now, my question is, Robert, let's say he doesn't like the look of queen takes d7, rook takes d7. Does he go for queen takes d7, or does he go for the other move we pointed out, queen takes c4, which apparently walks into this very nasty maneuver, knight f4 to d3, and that knight starts to hop around and wreak havoc on white's vulnerable pieces?
I could see black winning that position after queen c4, knight d3. As you said, knight e5 comes with the tempo. The bishop on f3 is loose. The f5 pawn is still dangling. There are checks along the dark square diagonals that could hurt the white king. So yeah, this one, it still is Gukesh's to prove, but rook takes d7, a queen sacrifice for this knight and that rook. That should give him the upper hand. But I know we're going to have to jump around a bunch. Let's go back to our bird's eye view because there's another game that seems to have a huge attack and a material imbalance. It's the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Zhu Wenjun. We promise we'll go back to the other wild affairs that we have, but I want to just dive into that one quickly to show everybody that Nodirbek's still well ahead, still on the offensive, going after Zhu Wenjun's king that lacks defenders. So if we just bring up the big board for a second, the queen has successfully gone to a6 thanks to that pawn push. The little pawn push that could have done it, if you don't mind backing this up, because
absolutely.
Chess.com game review, when h3 was played, look at this move. Knight d5, brilliant. And then h3, also brilliant.
Even more
necessary
brilliant.
Move. Yeah, it's just so lovely, giving the king some luft.
I love this move h3. Chess beauty comes in many different forms, right? Yes, there's the sacrifice, there's the flashy move, but a move like h3, arguably, that is what makes the engine run. Okay, we have moves. This game is about to end. Queen to a6 by Nodirbek. He's saying, no, I do not want to cash in my chips. I am going for much more than just an extra pawn. Knight takes d5, queen c6 check, intermezzo. Will we see another intermediate move with bishop c5? Zhu Wenjun would have to block with the rook. Ugh. But maybe also bishop takes d5. Okay, you have to be a little careful here.
You have like one check though, right? Like bishop d5, queen b1 check isn't that scary, but the black queen going back to e8, that's what worries me in some of these positions. Now, we have bishops of the same color, so most endgames should still give good winning chances to white, but without so many pawns on the board,
No, but queen
I
d6.
would be afraid of trading queens. Queen d6 is really nice because the bishop on d8 is losing. Bishop e7, queen b8 with a back rank mate.
Amazing. And now bishop takes d5. Black has one check, Robert, and it might look scary. Oh, wait a second. Did we blunder a pin with bishop c7? Absolutely not. You could take the rook with check. You could also go bishop c6, and checkmate is imminent. This game will go on another move or two. What a win by Noterbeck.
This is an exceptional display of tactical prowess from Noterbeck as he's taking down Ju and June. I think that was Marc-Andrea Marizzi we had in the background who leads the challenger section. He may be looking at some future competition if he can continue his torrid start, just ripping through the challenger section. But right now, it is Noterbeck Abdusattorov. Bishop takes d5. It's actually a very simple move for him. He is winning this game in a couple turns.
Yeah, and there's so many nice lines. Like bishop takes d5. If the queen drops back to e7, you could give this nice little check on c6 with the queen. And there's pins everywhere by white's two bishops. You are not just, again, you're not just going for an extra pawn in some endgame. You are just knocking this game out right away. There it is. Bishop takes d5. So methodical, so composed, and so precise is Noterbeck Abdusattorov. Resignation is coming either on this move or on the next. It's over. Trifecta. The hat trick by Noterbeck.
And he is going to be rooting for Alireza Firouzja to stop Gukesh because he entered the round, did Noterbeck, with a tie of first along with Gukesh. So he does not want to see Gukesh keeping pace with him. But for Ju and June, yeah, unfortunately for her, this game, there's not much left to be said. Her king has been hunted, and it is not escaping. A win for Abdusattorov catapults him to 7.5 out of 11. Amazing result.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, this game should be studied by anyone who wants to develop a finer appreciation of modern attacking skills and what they require. And they don't just require the ability to spot, as I said, the flashy sacrifices. There were plenty of those all across this round, but also the right time to play a quiet move like h3. Noterbeck, so well-rounded. He's incredible. This one is going to end, but we have developments on some of the other boards. Vidit, by the way, he found the sequence that you had outlined, so he has a stable advantage now against Parham Maksudlu. And Gukesh is still thinking in that critical position after knight f4. Could this get any more tense, Robert? And there's also developments in the Wei Warmerdam game where we do see white having castled queenside.
And we haven't even talked about Prognana versus Donchenko because now they have a pawn structure that's more symmetrical. But in the top right of our screen, I see Prognana's pieces staring in the direction of the Black King. So there might be something discussed later on in that game. But just truthfully speaking, hasn't been as exciting as some of the others. So, Danya, do we head to, well, you tell me, to the Vidit game, back to the Warmerdam game against Wei Yi? I think that one. Oh, and look at, by the way, top left. Gukesh has moved. He took on d7 with the wrong piece.
Spending almost all the rest of his time, but who can blame him? He definitely spotted rook takes d7. That explains the long thinking time, but doesn't quite decide on it. Queen takes d7 is the safer option, which might lead to some sort of a draw. It might also lead to a blunder by one of the players. I'm worried about Gukesh's clock. And I'm also looking over at the Wei Yi game where I think Max Warmerdam might be going a little bit astray. Man, I don't know where we go. Maybe a very quick check into the Wei Yi Warmerdam game just to see how bad the situation has become and then back to the Gukesh Firouzja game.
I think Alireza will have to spend a bit of time with a rook on the 7th rank. That's the top left-hand side of your screen, where now it's only black with a queen. So Firouzja has a queen, Gukesh has 2 rooks. But yes, let's go back to Wei Yi against Warmerdam because a lot has changed in just a few turns. Pieces have left the board. Danya, that bishop was captured on a3, but the white knight was captured on c3. Black also parted with the other bishop on f3, taking a knight. So look at these bishops in an open board. And there's one on e7 hitting a rook. The bishop on c4 protects that passed f7 pawn, which is a threat to the Black King as well. The knight on h1 is as good as gone. this is starting to look like it's spiraled out of control and should be Wei Yi's for the taking.
The smoke is starting to clear, and the landscape that Black is now saddled with is somewhat apocalyptic. And just to give you some context, they did not go for that absolutely insane line after EF King H8 Wei Yi. He did castle queenside. We did point this move out. It might even be a more practical move. And after Queen C3, B takes A3. I mean, there were some insane computer moves here, but Max trying to simplify the game. But as a result, he's given away a really important piece. And by the way, when Zhu Wenjun does resign, we will inform you of that and maybe bring you the immediate aftermath of that game. But I'm looking at this position now, Robert, and I can't find a move for Black because, okay, Queen A1 check is futile. What do you see?
No, I'm going to ask you. You said there was a computer move instead of bishop takes f3, so let's just use the computer and give us a helping hand. What does
yes, of course, a5. Of course. How could we all... It was a brief
besides moves that just lose pieces, like on the spot, I can't think, there's the result is in Zhu Wenjun has lost her game to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So Abdusattorov, he breathes out, but he is taking everybody down that's in his path. He has won 3 straight games after a loss to Jan Nepomniachtchi, 7 half at 11. I think I see a smile on his face. He's usually very stoic, but he is now the leader of the event. Gukesh needs to win to catch up. But the one thing I wanted to say about this position, Danya, as we mentioned back, A5 is maybe the least likely move to occur that isn't some kind of horrible, giving away a queen for free. It doesn't even threaten anything that I see. Is it just trying to trap the bishop with B5 next or something like that?
That's exactly right. The point is this. Black's position is more stable than it looks. I think this is the key insight. After bishop takes f8, you're going to play rook takes f8. Let's not forget, Black is currently up a minor piece, and the knight on h1 is untouchable. So White's best move is king b1, moving right into the eye of the storm, but actually a very sensible move to prevent this check on a1 and get your utensils ready to pick up this knight. And Black has nothing better than to drop the queen back to f6. I thought the idea was to play b5, but hey, this is computer chess. The point is to cover the e6 square. Now b5 will suddenly trap the bishop. And, I mean, life goes on for White. White can give up the piece, and it's still equal. But something like this would have maintained dynamic equality. Instead, Max Warmerdam, you can sense the panic starting to set in. Robert, he has played bishop f3 gf, and he's not finding anything that he likes. He's now spent 8 minutes and counting. He's down to 8 minutes, and I don't see a move for him. I think he's going down.
I think it's the misleading thing of having an engine backing up the state of the board, saying, it's equal. Playing a5 on the queen side, which doesn't immediately threaten anything, and then queen f6 as this weird retreating move that still threatens to trap the bishop. These are unheard of concepts that players, when they have all this pressure on them, they have the history of the game that often plays a role too, but you're not finding anything like that. I'm looking at this position. The knight can't be captured, as you very smartly point out, Danya, because of that queen a1 check. But now that the light square bishop is off the board, White can play bishop e6 in the near future, and getting rid of that knight from its post on d7, that's just going to hurt, because now the passed pawns will start rumbling forward. And queen a3 check, the king can go to b1, I think, but you're about to point out a variation, so take it away, buddy.
But sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, partner. You, I think, have the same thought that I do. Queen takes a3, king b1. I was just going to say queen b4 check is a very crafty defensive resource, because bishop b3, rook takes f7, and suddenly the black rook lives to fight another day. But White actually can go up to d2. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's
just a
super
lot to dodge
instructive
here for Wei Yi.
That's actually really instructive, that there are some checks against the white king, and so if you just try to hide and shield it with your bishop gets pinned and then loses contact with the f7 pawn. So that's a really instructive line to point out. Knight e5 played, you see the advantage. It's growing for Wei Yi. And Danya, that move, it was given the blunder symbol. I am going to kind of reject it. At this point, I think Black is already toast from a human perspective. So this may be, according to the engine, the move that really gives White the win. But look at Wei Yi, confident. King B1, and it deserves that exclamation point. It's a great move, saying that d-pawn on d6, don't forget about that one, only focus on f7. That one's going to become a queen.
incredible. And what makes this move even more incredible, Robert, is that after knight takes c4, pawn takes c4, black actually can pick up the pawn on f7, as far as I can tell. We got to pull up an analysis board. This is such great foresight by Wei, concrete thinking, right? Not falling in love with any particular piece. Now, don't try to play bishop takes f8 and get cute, because there will be a lot of tears after that move. But after d takes c4, rook takes f7, looks like black is emerged in one piece, but no, d7. And it's not the f pawn that will decide the game, it's the d pawn. And black is collapsing. Black is just losing all of his pieces. I think you have to play something like h6, but okay, the most primitive option here is just to go like this, and white doesn't even have to do anything special. Maybe just like a check on e4. And can we find a knockout blow here?
How about, I was going to say rook to d1 back, but then there's knight f2, so I was realizing that I tricked myself.
Check here. And, okay, here's one idea. Bishop b4.
And just trade and get to the 7th rank.
Or I was thinking queen e8.
That's checkmate's nicer. I don't have a problem with that. That's a better line.
I'd prefer the ending, but checkmate is okay too.
Hey, when you have checkmate, look for better. I always say that. So, yeah, this is clearly devastation. So, Wei Yi, pretty much no matter where we turn to in these variations, will have a winning position. And I see some score sheets being signed in the back in the challenger section. I see that's funny. You know, I'm like, I'm watching this game, trying to analyze, and I just see movement in the background. But there are 2 sections going on at once on the stage, the challengers and here in the Masters. And Danya, 4 minutes, 30 seconds for Max Vormerdam. The position is objectively lost, but even if he had some kind of saving idea, you don't save this game with 4 minutes on your clock.
No, now it's objectively over. And the worst thing is that white's position is now easy to play, right? A lot of these positions, okay, maybe it's winning, but it's a mess. This is not a mess anymore. Black can't hide under the cover of chaos because white is just starting to pick up the harvest, right? Pick up all of black's pieces. And now with 4 minutes on the clock, Max Vormerdam is going to come crashing down to a 3rd defeat in a row. You feel for him. This is so difficult, right? You had that disappointing result against Max Hudlu, and everything cascaded from there. Robert, I'll give you the mic for 15, 20 seconds. I'm going to replace my headphones. But this is tough stuff for Max.
Go for it. And I think that for Max, he'd like to replace the pieces to start a new game, because right now we see a position where black is still a rook ahead for just a couple pawns, but the pawns are going to do the talking. We'll have the last laugh, and we saw the D pawn in particular can venture forward. The knight on h1 still trapped there. The knight on e5, it jumped forward, but if it jumps forward anymore, the D pawn will be free to go. So, Danya, I think you're there. I can hear you. I know when you have a little breath that I've had commentary with you for so many years now that I know when you're back. But at this position, there's no coming back for Max Vormerdam. So maybe we should take a step back from this game and quickly look at what's happening in our others, because in the top left, the game continues between Gukesh and Alireza Firouzja. In the top right, that game is one we haven't looked at, and we won't again, just because the other games are closer to the finish line. And Vidit Gujrati in the bottom left-hand side of our screen in that game, he's up in exchange, and he's in conversion territory. The delayed bomb cloud from Parham Maksudlu, it was never working out.
What incredible preparation by Vidit. And so far, it looks like he is converting the advantage seamlessly. Black is up in exchange, and White's king. That is the story of the day. White's king just hasn't been able to find shelter. It is pursued wherever it goes. But shall we go to the top left, to that Gukesh Firouzja game? Because we've got complete pandemonium on the board, and it appears from the eval bar that Alireza might be letting the game slip. But I'll give you the final say, Robert. If you want to stop by the Progdonchik code game, we can do that as well. We can go there a little bit later because they're not really in time scramble territory just yet. What do you think?
No, I agree with you. Let's not go to that game just yet. We will for sure take a look at it, as there's plenty of life left in that. So, Daniel, you take it to where you want to go, and I will follow your lead.
Okay, first we will look at the Gukesh game. And again, people in the chat, we know that there's fans of all of the different players and you want your player to get airtime, we do our very best to cover all the exciting moments, and we will get everywhere. Just be patient. But this is, I think, where the heat map is taking us, because we have to figure out who the trend of the game is favoring. And once Gukesh played queen takes d7, it didn't mean that Black's task is now easy. We actually struggled, Robert. If I rewind a couple of moves here, we really struggled to find a suitable move for Black here. Queen takes f5 is so incredibly natural. Apparently, it was a mistake. Gukesh calmly slides the rook over and takes a pawn. And knight takes h3 check. Flashy, but Gukesh says, congratulations. I'm happy to give away that pawn, but I'm just going to slide my king over to h1. And look at the defensive power of this bishop on h4. It is limiting the scope of the knight. And what's going to limit the scope of White's rooks?
Rook d1 to d8 is a pretty obvious checkmating threat. You don't seem to have a way out of it because the bishop on g7 isn't participating. So, Don, as I look at this position, the knight just went back to f4, and the evaluation continues to creep up. So rook d1 will be met by knight to d3, just blocking that file. The rook will not gain the access it needs. But that black king, how long can it really survive in this position? I'm even looking at rook to b1 with rook b8 check and second rook to b7 to follow. The king is going to continue to be kicked about and maybe checkmated.
That is such an instructive motif, because a lot of people, they just automatically try to go for the ladder mate, but this shifty mate with rook b8 and rook b7 can also be very strong. One defensive resource I would point out, though, is at the right moment, Black can push g5 and pave the way along the light squares for an escape route through f7 and g6. So that also has to be factored in by White. And the last thing I'll say is that Gukesh has to find a way to involve the bishop. I was even thinking, okay, the immediate bishop f2 runs into knight d3, but at the right moment, maybe a bishop maneuver to c5, or even a crafty move like bishop to g3, adding a little bit of pressure to Black's position can be considered. But with 5 minutes for 11 moves, Robert, this is so hard. My instinct is to go rook e1 for some reason, but I'm not sure that actually threatens anything, so I don't know.
So rook e1, well, you are trying to bring that rook to e7, because who doesn't love two rooks on the 7th rank? Well, the only person who doesn't is Alireza in this position. So, no, rook e1 actually completely justifiable and looks strong. And knight e6, it doesn't feel like a sturdy defense. Bishop g3, a retreating move because Gukesh has 5 minutes on his clock. It's a mistake. And maybe your g5 idea in the near future, I don't think it works just yet because of all the weak squares around the king. But queen g5 also comes to mind, Danya, just going after the bishop. And look at that rook on c1. That's a loose piece. You have to be careful not to blunder that with a knight discovery.
Yeah, we know what happens to loose pieces. They drop off, and I love queen g5. And the way that you find a move like queen g5 is you need to consider the squares that are now made accessible to your pieces. Actually, what does White do in response to queen g5? The computer is showing a slight edge. Yeah, queen g5 is very, very tempting. Maybe you just hide away on h2? What do you think about that? Maybe you go rook d1. I mean, this is complete and total mess. Let's see. I mean, also, we should not forget that White can't play bishop takes f4, but this is a very hard move for me personally to make, because you're essentially leaving the king all alone. But if you can dodge the checks, then maybe eliminating this knight will give White what he needs in order to set up that ladder mate. Bishop f4, yeah, and rook d1. Robert, I think this is very, very difficult, at least for me, because of queen h6 check, and it's easy to stop calculating. But apparently after king g1, queen e3, the king calmly dodges the checks, and Black is busto, because rook d8 is coming, whether Black likes it or not. And hint, he does not like it.
Yeah, no chance that Alireza is enjoying his position, and that also goes to show that in the human element of this game, that bishop g3, pretty normal move, that you're just trying to get rid of this knight, bring your next rook into the attack, and it doesn't actually look like Black can do all that much. So the engine doesn't like bishop to g3, right? It's saying, nope, that's not the move to play. So what is the response? Knight d3 certainly makes sense, but bishop d6 check is in the air.
No.
It does feel... I wouldn't start with bishop d6, but I will have that later up my sleeve.
Yeah, knight d3. I wonder if the correct response there is just to play a move like rook d to b1 and set up your idea of rook b8. Okay, the correct move here is king to g8, just running away and maybe trying to set up a little cabin at the edge of the wilderness with h5 and king h7. Yet another one of those moves, Robert. You're laughing. Wait a second. Wait a second. King g8. Isn't there bishop takes f4 and bishop d5?
That's exactly what I was wondering, but the rook on
king
c1
h8.
is loose. Yes. Wait, but how does... oh my gosh, just queen h5 check at the end. Let's bring up an analysis board quickly to show this because it's really consequential. That king g8 is a ridiculous move. And the point is after king g8, bishop f4. Queen takes the piece, bishop d5 check. If you go king f8, there's rook f7 check, and you're in big trouble. But after king h8... rook can't go to b8 with check, and even if it could, I still think that it doesn't pan out the way you'd want, but they can't go to b8, which means that without access there, the black king is safe in the corner, is ridiculous.
And all of these forks, that queen is just a hero defensively and in terms of attacking. This is the one downside of having the two rooks is the rooks can be susceptible to a queen fork, but king g8, it doesn't necessarily solve all of black's problems. White could make a slower move here, rook to e1. Ali Reza's in huge trouble from a practical standpoint. He needs some sort of a blunder by Gukesh. He needs to whittle Gukesh's clock down, I think, to a minute for him to have serious chances. He himself is now down to 12 minutes, so I'm starting to feel like Ali Reza's roller coaster journey might be consisting now of more downs than ups. He needs something miraculous to happen here.
And there's just so many tactics. There's king g8, if we show this again. Other moves that come to mind include rook to e1, as you're indicating, trying to bring that rook into the back rank and deliver a checkmate. But after king g8, rook e1, black has knight e6. It can bring the knight back to f8. So you're like holding on by a thread, but all of your pieces suddenly can defend one another, and black is alive and kicking.
Insanity. King g8 is so cold-blooded. You know, these like defensive king moves are some of the hardest moves to find. We saw Max Warmerdam found a similar type of move against Noterbeck in the form of king g1 to f1, just kind of getting away from the pin. Unfortunately, did not help him in the end. Oh my gosh. h3 by Noterbeck against Ju and Jun. Same type of move, right? It's a tactical position. You're looking for something forced, but the correct approach is just to very calmly solve the biggest problems in your position. Oh my gosh. I need a breath, Robert.
So do I, and I just want to mention that rook e1 instead of bishop g3, I believe that was the computer precise decision, but this still looks promising for white. And what looks promising is the Indian chess players. I mean, they are unbelievably strong and gifted, and so many of them have the best yet to come. The teenagers, they're shining on the global stage. You see Gukesh, he won the 2023 Chennai Grandmasters tournament that qualified him for the candidates via the FIDE cycle. Pragnanda, he made the finals of the World Cup and thus qualified for the candidates. And Vidit, he won the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss tournament and that qualified him to the candidates tournament. So Vidit Gujrati, he is last on this list, but certainly not least in the hearts of chess fans everywhere, in particular the Indian chess fans, and he wants to bring that excellence into 2024. Let's dive into his position, Danya, because earlier there was a pawn sacrifice, then a second pawn was dropped, then the knight on f6 was captured and not recaptured by Vidit, and yet where he is in his game is up in exchange. But the white king, has it escaped? The answer is no. It's still in the center.
And Parham is playing on increment, and he's got 1,000 moves. It's like third down and 64 yards. You know, you don't want to even say how many moves he has to make until the time control as he tries to buy some time with a check on g5, but Vidit calmly dodges to f8. I just wanted to second your point. I'm a huge fan of this young generation of Indian talents, but also the older generation like Vidit. They're all so classy. The sense of camaraderie, they're all rooting for each other. Pragg, Gukesh, you don't get any kind of rivalry between them. So just an amazing class of Indian talents, and all credit to Ramesh and all of the fans who have contributed an invaluable effort to bringing up this new generation of potential world champion hopefuls. As Parham, that's a sad necessity. That is not what he wanted to do, Robert, bringing the queen back to c1, but there was a mate threat on d1, and Vidit, it feels like he just needs one more push, one more blow, and White's position will crack.
Well, the queen of c1 covers the d1 square, as you mentioned. Queen h5 did the same, but there is a beautiful tactic that I want to show, that you love these moves that seem to take away the opportunity from your opponent, and you still do it anyway. So if we bring up the analysis board ever so quickly, I just want to show that queen h5 did not actually successfully cover the d1 square because of rook d1 check. You give up the rook, you have to take it, and no, I don't have queen d1 checkmate. I stop one square short, queen d2, king f1, and now queen takes d1 with check. It would be mate if not for queen takes queen, but after rook takes queen, the rook on h1 is lost, and unlike Wei Yi's rook, this rook matters. It's a completely winning endgame for Vidit.
Wow, well spotted by you, Robert. That is an amazing tactic. You say, when you see mate, look for better. This is even sexier than a mating combination. I love these types of sequences that end in a decisive win of material. So queen c1, Vidit does not want to take his foot off the gas pedal. Parham does have this h-pawn. Harry wants to fight. And the conversion process could get a little bit hairy if Black allows this pawn to inch forward all the way up to h6. So Black has a tempo or two, but Vidit needs to do something. My instinct in a blitz game would be to play e4 and threaten actually the move e3, trying to generate a path for the Black queen to g3, but I'm not convinced that that is the most accurate way to convert.
That's quite a beautiful idea, that flicking the pawn forward to e3, it just actually shatters White's defenses. Another move that I was thinking of was queen g6, hitting the g2 pawn, but also threatening queen e4 to pin that bishop in the center and create all sorts of nasty threats for the White king, including rook takes c4 in that position. I know it's a lot for our viewers to visualize, but I'm just trying to show there's so many different tactics that Parham needs to keep an eye on. But e4 followed by e3, when you have no time on your clock, that's not the most fun move to see. But rook h3, maybe Parham lifts his rook and defends the critical squares. The game continues at this stage. If Vidit doesn't land that knockout, and with 10 minutes on his clock, he should invest right now to try to find it.
And I think for the younger viewers that might be watching this, if of course you're not in school, which you should be, or maybe you're watching in school, but I certainly do not endorse that kind of behavior. Notice that what Vidit is not doing is trying to flag Parham, trying to play his own game. So many young players, as we see, that result as expected. Wei Yi defeating Max Warmerdam, but we see professionalism on all fronts. Vidit taking as long as he needs in order to find the right approach. You do not want to play the time scramble game if you've got the time to double and triple check the winning process. But what a game, Robert. This one will feature in all the YouTube recaps. I think we will hear more from this Wei Yi Warmerdam game, and we only unpacked the very tip of the amazing complications that will remain behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think that you would need an eternity to analyze all of the complexities, possibilities in that game, because it was very rich. And Wei Yi, well, his rating is a little richer because he just beat Max Vormadam. He goes to 6.5 points out of 11 games, and Wei Yi approaching 2750. So he has entered this round tied with Vidit, 5.5 out of 10, but now Wei Yi goes to 6.5 points. It looks like Vidit is well on his way to doing the same. And one thing I want to shout out about Vidit Gujrati, he won the Grand Swiss. That was an amazing achievement for him. But most of the players he beat were below 2,700. So to beat somebody at Parham's rating in this kind of stage, that I think will bode well for him heading into the candidates, for his confidence. He's proven that he can do it no matter if their rating starts with 2.6 or 2.7 or maybe even 2.8. He did beat Magnus Carlsen in the Pro Chess League. So Vidit, I think this is a big game for him, winning with the black pieces.
Yeah, he's actually quietly having an incredibly solid and really, really good tournament. And a win here would propel him even further forward. There's developments on the other boards. It looks like Gukesh actually missed the win that we had outlined with Bishop takes f4. So that game continues. And Prague, Vidit's compatriot, who kind of took a while to get out of the gates in his game, but he's finally able to put some very serious pressure on his opponent, Alexander Danchenko, matching Vidit stride for stride. There he is. Concentration on both players' faces. Everything yet to play for. Danchenko under very serious pressure. All of a sudden, looked like he had everything under control. but that's just what these younger players do. They keep trying and pounding at it. And Danchenko with work to do if he wants to hold this position together.
Yes, and we will bring up that board for everybody because we have not tuned in a while. And Praggnanandhaa entered this round a half point behind leaders Nodirbek, Guptisarov, and Gukesh. And in this position, that knight and bishop for white, they've been hovering around the black king for quite a while. But now black is threatening a pretty big threat, I would say. Queen takes g2 would be mate in one. So white has to deal
Speak for
with
yourself,
that threat.
Robert. I think I would rather go for the bishop than for checkmate. It's tit for tat.
Well, to stop the checkmate, how would you actually go about it, Danya? Would you just bring your rook up, offer a trade? Would you slide your rook over to a passive position? Would you push g4, exposing your king to some other problems potentially? How do you deal with this threat of mate in one?
I think I would be too scared of playing g4, but this is also why Prague is in, the master section, and I mean, g4 just seems terrifying to me, opening up the second rank. Yeah, queen f3, Prague playing it safe, and I like this decision. In a time pressure situation, this is only move 34. Black is under 5 minutes. Why is he playing queen f3? Because in addition to stopping the mate threat, now the queen is pressuring the d5 pawn. Material is equal, so it's entirely possible, Robert, that on the next move, assuming that Danchenko moves the bishop, which he just did, maybe Prague says, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm just going to play bishop takes f6 and queen takes d5, and white has to be very, very careful to keep in contact with the g2 pawn. But that's just one of several options for white. Does Prague want to cash into his chips, though? Because this is one really beautiful bishop.
He can play b3 as well, because in that variation you were just analyzing, if the white queen takes on d5, the b2 pawn is also hanging. So b3 is one of these waiting moves that has actually a clear purpose to try to steal the d5 pawn. But black may not sit quietly. Knight e4 at some moment will be on the radar. So this is actually quite a tactical game. It started positionally, not much seemed to be happening, but now the black king in some danger, the white king not exactly safe itself, and Praggnanandhaa, he would love to win and then get to 7 out of 11, be just a half point behind Nodirbek.
He's about to make a move, and your point is well taken. 94 also threatens a fork on d2. Alexander is a really good blitz player. He's pretty good in time pressure situations. Okay, Prague hesitating a little bit there. b3 is, I think, the play for maximum option, but Prague, he takes on f6, kind of managing his risk. And how will Danchenko recapture? Well, probably with the bishop. That seems essentially automatic. And after queen takes d5, black has the very nifty capture on b2, holding the b7 pawn simultaneously. So we might be fizzling out into some sort of a dynamically equal situation here, but plenty of action yet to come before the time control is made. And I'm just keeping one eye out for the other games. Yes.
I was going to say, after bishop f6, can now white play b3? Because d5 is not going anywhere. Can you just defend your b pawn and then go for queen takes d5 on the next turn?
You're a clever little weasel, aren't you?
I'm stubborn. I came up with the idea, and now I'm like, I'm sticking to it. I think I want to keep my b pawn and then win your d5 pawn next.
Maybe I can try to transition into a holdable endgame like b3. I was thinking maybe like queen g5 to set up rook c1. Great call by you, Robert. b3 played by Prague. The pressure is at a peak here. It's equal, but clearly black has to be accurate because queen f7, the move a lot of people watching might want to play. I think it walks into this incredibly nasty resource, queen d3, and there's discover checks galore. That would be too terrifying for me.
Danchenko, he has just over 4 minutes to make it to move 40. That is no easy task in this position where d5 may drop. So let's keep an outside eye on this one. We are going to come right back here, but it looks like Vidit Gujarati, he has found the way through. So let's go back to that board if we can. Bring Vidit's game up because he is about to secure the full point.
I've been saying this now for a while, and he's down to 5 minutes, but just look at this position, even without any calculation, even the primitive approach like rook to c2 in this position is winning. But I think Vidit is looking for a knockout. I think he's trying to calculate his way to victory. Obviously, we all say rook takes e2, but I'm actually not totally sure that is the way forward.
There's some risk involved in that. And there was actually a really clever move by Vidit to play rook to d2 because the rook, it seems like, could be captured by the white queen. Alireza Firouzja in that game where Gukesh was able to take 2 rooks for the queen. You have a lot of material, but queen b1 check, as you're pointing out, just to quickly put that on the board, that if you take queen b1 check first, and if queen d1 or bishop d1, I will have queen e4 check to pick off your rook on h1. I don't even want your queen. I want your rook, because that's going to be all the material that I need.
This is absolutely gorgeous. Filigree precision by Vidit. But now, one more hurdle to cross. We know how stubborn Parham is. He is literally, his back is against the wall. He's on the bottom 2 ranks, but he's still going to try. And now queen takes d2 is a possibility that black should reckon with. Of course, queen takes d2, black wins even after taking the queen. But Vidit wants to win this cleanly, and I'm actually struggling to find like the way to do it. Everything is winning, but that also makes it a little bit more difficult to actually choose a
sequence with queen e4 is going to still be winning for black, because once the white queen is picked off, the b2 pawn will drop, then the a3 pawn will drop, and that should probably be winning. But you start seeing the h pawn, a rook behind it, that's a passer. So queen e4 is very tempting right now, acknowledging that white can pick off these 2 rooks for the queen, but still I think that black gets to steal a couple queenside pawns and push his own. But I would love to find a check.
When rook takes e2, I've been spending some time calculating. Maybe there's a win there by force. I haven't truly investigated it. Queen h6 catches my eye as well. But after queen c3, again, it's actually quite infuriating that there is just nothing that truly wins by force. And you don't want this game to start dragging out. You don't want to let Parham make time control. Okay, there we go. Rook c2. Beautiful.
Go ahead.
No,
You're going to say what I was going to say.
I mean, queen e3 is there. Okay, there's rook takes c4, but probably not the best move. It is flashy, but it lets the king escape to f1. How would you proceed here?
Yeah, rook takes e2 check also looks tempting, because in some positions you can still check with the king, but the white king will take and then can still escape. So this is trickier than a clear victory. And look at Vidit. Is he just going to play like rook takes b2?
Entirely possible. Entirely possible.
Just give me your pawn.
Gift me the pawn. That's right, Robert. Queen to b6 is also an interesting move here, deflecting the white queen.
And wait, deflecting the white queen. So what move did you suggest?
Actually,
no, that's great.
Queen
no,
takes
that's great.
c1.
Yeah, that's an amazing move.
But queen c5, I thought.
Look at Vidit there. He didn't seem completely certain about his choice. You're right. Queen b6, queen g5. There is still something to figure out there. The b2 can be captured. Is he just going to take on b2? Yeah, he goes for
Why not? King f1. Parham doing the only thing he can do, which is to put now. Right, this is how quickly the clock dwindles. Now the other rook can come into the second rank. Piggy's on the 7th, but so smart of Parham to park his rook on h2. Because now the bishop is able to move somehow. White is still holding on for the time being.
Well, that's over, I think, because there's queen b1 check at the end there.
Oh, goodbye.
Yes, because if the white king has to step to g2, now you take on f2. Yeah, the white gives up the queen for those rooks, but you've lost so many pawns in the process that it's just an easy win for black.
Rook d2, and the players go home. White has a check on c5. It is totally meaningless. There it is. Look at the composure, just the sang-froid by Vidit, not giving white even a single chance in this game.
He has just had everything under control. He's played an excellent game from the opening stage, where unlike Max Vormanam against Parham, where Max had the upper hand and let it slip, Vidit in doubt, and he is just cruising to victory here, punishing Parham for not knowing his opening lines and playing a risky variation where there was a delayed bomb cloud and a king on e2.
Parham, this entire tournament, his opening choices, he is cruising for a bruisin', or shall I say cruising for a bruzone. Although maybe I should have waited for Wei's game to make that punt. But my gosh, Parham cannot catch a break. He had that one miracle win, the highlight of his tournament. But other than that, too many risks and succumbing to some incredible opening preparation. The sip of water, you know what that means. Vidit knows he has this in the bag. Queen c5 check. King g8, Robert, I think, is accurate because queen c8, king g7. Maybe Parham will try h5, but those are nothing but phantom threats. The black king could even hide on h7 at the end.
Yeah, I think I would start perhaps with bring my king be out of checking distance. As you said, it doesn't really matter. The king will establish itself in a protected zone. And on the other hand, the white king is not getting out of there. So Parham, this is just completely losing for him. He knows it. Vidit as well. You can see him ready to pounce, take those rating points with him. But for Parham, it's really just not been his event. He struggled mightily in Vaikenze.
Keeping a side eye on the Firouzja game, which has now officially reached a climax in the action. I'm torn. I mean, we will get a handshake here momentarily, but Parham will make probably a couple more moves. Queen c8 check. You're right, Robert. King h7, the most accurate. That might end the game immediately. Okay, let's stay here and await Vidit's response. But it looks like the Firouzja game is... Yes,
that game is
go there.
Crazy. I mean, I think we know Vidit's going to win, so we always like to see the handshake. But let's go to Gukesh against Firouzja, because while Gukesh's rooks have looked menacing, it's now the black queen that has entered the white position, and that king on h1 doesn't have many defenders, but perhaps that bishop is enough. The rook on h7 covers that line, so there's no queen h4 check. How do you stop the dual checkmate?
Bishop e5. I mean, the king on h1 doesn't have a lot of defenders. Well, neither does its vis-a-vis on f8, and neither do the players have any time. They're both essentially playing on increment. Bishop to e5 is the instinctual move, Robert, but how does white can keep manufacturing mate threats? Rook takes a7 and rook a8. God, the evaluation, it's so misleading. Maybe you slide your king over to g8, taking a page out of an earlier defensive.
I was looking at some kind of rook e7 variation, but queen h4 back to e1. You have that on a yo-yo string. That would be a draw by repetition. There's nothing the white king can do about it. So if that rook leaves h7, if that white rook slides to the side, then you are not going to have a shield for your king besides your bishop, and that would be a forced draw. So I see nothing else here for Firouzja besides bishop to e5. He just played it. And what is...
So rook takes a7 is a possibility. But yeah, king g8 at the right moment is going to be very unpleasant.
Oof. And I think that if you give black a free turn, knight h5 is an idea to then go queen h4 with a mate threat. So white doesn't have all the time in the world either.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so rare. You get both sides essentially playing for checkmate here. White has the more immediate threats, but black is the one who can set up the nastier threats if you give him a tempo. Rook takes a7. Now, Robert, are we going to see king g8? Yes.
And if you play like your a rook somewhere, knight h5 is a massive threat.
Yes, it's a huge threat. How do you stop it? Maybe you need to move the other, paradoxically, Robert. Maybe a move like rook hd7. No, queen h4 check. Bishop h2. There's a handshake in the Vidit game.
Yes, Vidit Gujarati, he converted just a couple moves after we left. That result was never in doubt. But these two players are in time trouble. Actually, if I'm looking at this correctly, they're both down under a minute on the clock. So they have to find their moves. And for Gukesh, he could lose this game if he allows knight h5.
Absolutely. And that is why I actually think you might have to move your rook from h7 to d7. And maybe Firouzja doesn't have anything better than a perpetual check, but with 10 seconds, his hand's shaking. He's got to make a move. At 5 seconds, rook he7 keeps his composure, and I think he found a drawing move. And I think, Robert, that Firouzja has to force the repetition here with queen h4 and queen e1.
Because there's nowhere the black king can go. You can go back to f8, but then we'll rinse and repeat. So that doesn't actually accomplish anything. So for Alireza Firouzja, surviving this game, Queen H4 back to E1, unstoppable checks, except for that bishop, and we will get the 3-time repetition. I think that he should be happy to secure a half point.
Wow, incredible action, and they will not be able to make the time control before the repetition. I think Firouzja, even with 50 minutes on the clock, you can just tell by the body language. I don't know who's disappointed here, Robert. Gukesh was winning in brief instances throughout the final part of this game. He had rook takes d7. He could have eliminated Black's knight. He will be kicking himself. This would have been a huge win, but all credit to Firouzja for keeping his composure and coming through with the defensive effort.
I'd be curious to hear from Gukesh if he saw rook takes d7, because that was a queen sacrifice for just knight and a rook, and he was already down a pawn to start with. So that would have been a very brave decision, but one the engine supported. So for Gukesh, I think he's going to be most upset that Nordebek keeps winning and we have a handshake. The game is drawn. We have a clear leader in Vaikunze with 2 rounds to go. Nordebek Abdusattorov won his game. Gukesh held to a draw from Firouzja. Love to see this, though, Danya. These players, the game just ended. There's a lot of tension. They're analyzing positions, saying, could I have won here? Did I have the edge there? But for Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh, this is a matchup we will see for so many years to come.
It's definitely a rivalry waiting to happen, and we got such an exciting game here. The opening choice, excellent by Firouzja. He caught Gukesh off guard. Felt like Black had no problems out of the opening. Then suddenly Gukesh was able to stir the pot, create some tension by just a little bit of gas missing in the tank. The winning lines were all really, really difficult. I don't think Gukesh should be too hard on himself here. He still has an excellent tournament. And if someone can deal Nordebek a big blow in the final 2 rounds, he definitely still has a shot at first place.
And the players still analyzing this game, what could have been, maybe what should have been had they had more time. But it was a great hold, a save for Alireza Firouzja and for Praggnanandhaa against Danchenko. The last game going here in the Tata Masters, as Erwin Lamy, one of the players in the Challenger section, looks on. It's an extra pawn for white, but the queens are off the board. And so, Danya, as you look at the extra pawn and you look at the new pawn structure, Black has these split pawns. Those are some good split pawns, because now white doesn't have a clear passer. If you just can drag that pawn back to b7 for a second, just hover it there, then the d pawn would have been, the other pawn, would have been passed. And now with the pawn c6, you have no access to a passed pawn. So the decision to trade queens, of course, helped in terms of king safety. I don't see how, Danya, we can let go of the pawn. I don't see how in the current position, how white is really going to play for a win, because the pieces are a bit stuck.
Yeah, that other pawn structure is in the past, but this is the interesting thing about endings. It's like, yes, isolated pawns are generally weak in the middle game, but here specifically, you actually don't really mind this pawn structure because it holds white's pawn majority very nicely. And I love this move, h5. Move 40, Danchenko does not lose his composure and do something drastic, which would have given white some chances. After h5, it feels like Black's got the activity, Black's got the coordination here to force a pretty quick draw. I'm actually not really seeing a way for Pragg to do anything serious here. He might offer a draw, but first he's going to take a little bit of time because time control has just been made.
They reach the time control. They gain an additional 15 minutes on the clock. So for Praggnanandhaa and Danchenko, they'll sweat it out here, but it looks like a draw is the likely result. And with 6 other games in the books, this is our final contest of the 11th round here in Vaikunze. Donnie and I will be right back to cover the finish of this round and give you all of the final thoughts. Don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Maybe the first time was that I played against my mom and I lost. I was losing, and then she would turn the board around and I would be still losing, and so it would go on.
Playing in a chess club with other kids.
Play against a robot.
Watching the Anand Carlsen World Championship match and going to primary school, and we had chess lessons there. And I also remember being like a rook up or something and then losing that game.
I won the province championship, so that was cool.
Actually, when I was a small kid, I used to play with chess pieces. This it was like a very picturesque chess set, but I had no idea there are some.
I grew up in the small fortress town of Woerden. I've lived here all my life. When I was 5, my father taught me the game, and soon thereafter took me to the local chess club. I can't really remember my life without chess. I feel like it's always been there. I met my wife through chess. My profession is chess. I don't play chess to win. I'm not that competitive. I love how the pieces move. I love the game. I love how everything around me becomes still. When I'm behind the chessboard, time doesn't flow the same way until the clock runs out. In the spring of 2021, time seemed to have run out. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, which is a form of cancer. I was 35, and suddenly my life changed. It was a strange time, and chess did were helping me. At the worst, I could barely. That it. If I have a bad position now, it's no big deal, you know. A different kind of attitude to life. There are definitely also positive things I take from that time when I was not well. I think it gives you kind of different perspective on life, on everything actually. So it was definitely not only negative. It takes a long time to recover, but chess players are anything if not patient. It was crazy because 1 month before the tournament in Vegas, I still had my radiation therapy finished. So it was way too early actually to start playing, but I wanted to desperately be at that tournament. I barely prepared for the games because I was just too tired. I only played the games. I had dinner, went back to my room, slept most of the time. I had put that tournament as a goal. Best tournament I ever played. Then at the end of the year, after 16 failed attempts, I became Dutch champion, and that was really the cherry on the cake. That was huge for me. I was ecstatic. It was the feeling of I'm back. All those failures, all those setbacks, they never seem to matter now. What is important is that I have a lot of chess ahead of me. I always wait for the moment when I wake up and I realize that today I don't really feel like looking at chess, but it just never happens. My name is Erwin Lamy, and I'm a Dutch grandmaster.
In the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation, the battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nordebek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Dingley Ren makes a return to the board. After being absent in chess for over half a year, how will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Back in Vikensee, another fun day of chess, and we have one game remaining here in the Tata Steel Masters round 11. It is Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces taking on Alexander Danchenko. And Danchenko, he's had a rough event, but he is still and he's digging deep, finding every They're tired, but all of you, because this is there's 2 rounds to go after this one. Because Nordebek Abdusattorov is in game and now sits at half point behind Vidit Gujarati. Those two jump to 6.5 points out of 11, so they are in the position to have a roll to determine who ends up on top. It could in fact be one of them. So, Danya, as we see the results, many decisive games already. I don't think this one is going to be decisive because after Black has stabilized, queens have been traded, it's an extra pawn for White, but how in the world do you make progress?
Yeah, Alexander Danchenko did a fantastic job of neutralizing Prag's initiative throughout the second part of the middle game, and now he just needs a couple, I think, more accurate moves. Of course, Prag is in the driver's seat. He's playing without risk. He's up a pawn, but with 50 additional minutes, I think Danchenko has enough left in the tank to hold the draw. But definitely, Robert, this has been a very memorable round. I've had an absolute blast as we enter the 4th hour of play in our final game of the Masters section. Wei versus Warmerdam, given my tendencies as a chess player, I definitely have to say is the game of the day. That one, once again, has so many more gifts for the chess fan who wants to analyze that game on their own. Very much worth it, but amazing action all around, Robert, and nobody I'd rather unlock the secrets of these positions with than you. This has been a super, super fun round, but we've got one more endgame, and you never know which games tend to spiral out of control. Maybe we're in for a surprise in this one.
Could be. I think the bishop on f6 is such a strong piece, eyeing the d4 pawn, the h4 pawn. White is going to try to play this out for a while. I mean, that's what Prag should do, as this position, you see, he is up a pawn. There's no risk in trying to go for victory. And for those who don't like tactics, who feel like their tactics suffer and that their strategic play is where they shine, they're going to be happy to see this endgame. But for all of the fans who want to see blood, who want to see sacrifices, this is what we got. It's one endgame. And Alexander Danchenko, he doesn't care what you think. He wants that half point, and he wants it badly because a year ago, he won the challenger section. Now he finds himself as one of the lower rated players in the Masters. He's been struggling. It's a very challenging field. He did win a game a couple rounds ago to sort of change the tide of his tournament, but he won the challengers. Now he's towards the bottom of the Masters. It's a totally different field. And speaking of the challengers, we know that the winner of that event, as Danchenko did last year, gets a ticket to the big show in the following year. Marc-Andrea Maurizi, Danya, I think I want to ask you about your opinion of him. He won the World Junior Championship, and now he's well on his way towards the Challengers section win. Feels like the young Frenchman, he is on the rise.
Yes, I mean, that name has been on my radar for a while. He's been a GM, actually, for quite a while. He is, how old currently? 18, 17?
16, I think. 16.
Jeez, okay, so he's got his best years ahead of him. He is a Corsican prodigy. I've heard of him, maybe for about 2.5 years, but he's really been maturing so nicely as a player. As we look at the standings there, Maurizi all but has this in the bag. Another victory today over Leon Vrolik, the Dutch grandmaster. Both players actually had essentially the same rating, but it's very clear that Maurizi is at 2,600 plus level, and it's just a matter of time before his rating catches up to him. Maybe it'll catch up at the end of this tournament. I think he's quite close to crossing 2,600 in live rankings. I know that MVL had good things to say about Maurizi in the latest C-Squared podcast. So very exciting time to be a French chess fan. This is how prodigies get going. It's not always the Abhimanyu Mishras, Robert. I think chess fans have a way of somewhat exaggerating the role of age. If you're 16, you're basically ancient, and that's it. You're barely making your way to the board. But no, I think Maurizi is definitely super GM material, especially if he gets more opportunities, particularly an appearance in the Masters section next year would be really fascinating. Maybe his rating by then will be 2,700. You never know.
A really talented player from France, somebody who earned the Grandmaster title at such a young age and continues to impress on the biggest stages. He's a world champion. He won the World Junior Championship. That is no small accomplishment. He deserves to be celebrated. And so as you look at the standings, Leon Mendonca, a point behind everyone else at closest 1.5 points for Daniel Darda. And then I think the rest are out of contention because Marc-Andrea Maurizi has beaten them on his path to first place. So Leon Mendonca, he will have to hope that Maurizi goes wrong somewhere and that he can catch up. But Maurizi, what a star.
And what a brutal event for the Turkish GM Mustafa Yilmaz at 26.65. I think he was the third seed or maybe even the second seed, but losing game after game. I've had this experience in the U.S. Championship when your worst form corresponds with a difficult round robin like this one. You're just going to get destroyed by everybody, and you feel for players who have struggled to find their footing, like Mustafa Yilmaz. It's really a tale of players who want this tournament to be over and players who want this tournament to last 25 rounds, like these types of tournaments did in the old days, tournaments that took 2 months.
And sounds like you're exaggerating. There's some hyperbole there, but it's true that some players, they want the tournament to continue because maybe they only find their rhythm midway through or with a couple rounds to go. And then other players like Parham Maksudlu, they're like, please just end this tournament. Let me get back to a fresh start. My winning ways, I can do it, but not in Vaikanze. It's only 2 rounds to go after the conclusion of this game. And for Alexander Danchenko, if we maybe start going into the X and O's, we can even go back and look at how we got here. But Danya, I feel like sometimes we take it for granted. With that end game, of course it's a draw. It should be a draw. But there are some winning chances here left for Prague. One idea that I can think of is King H3 with pawn to G4. Like, is it that straightforward for Danchenko to hold the balance here?
Yeah, the more I look at it, and there is a reason he's taking 10 minutes plus now. And it's not just because you adjust to the new environment. Of course, the common wisdom is that once you make time control, particularly if the nature of the position changes, you want to take a couple minutes just to breathe a little bit, take a sip of water, reset yourself mentally for whatever task awaits you in the subsequent stage of the game. But once that psychological work is done, okay, concretely, I think there's a couple of questions that Black needs to answer, Robert. The first is, do we keep the status quo on the queen side and play a move like rook to d2? That would probably be my move in a blitz game. Of course, probably the move c5 also needs to be calculated. This is an attempt to solve all the problems concretely, but then you run the risk after d takes c5 of helping white eradicate his own weakness, which kind of plays into white's hands. Any other candidate moves that I'm missing here that you think might bring black closer to a draw? Maybe a5? I don't know.
Those moves look great. Maybe a king move, so like play pawn to g6 and kick your knight out of f5. Maybe even king h7 just to avoid any sort of checks. But to play pawn to g6 and kick the knight out, because what I was going to say, Dunya, is that rook d2, that move also comes to my mind quickly. Is bishop takes d4 a threat? Because knight e7 check followed by knight takes c6 would be the response.
Yeah, that's a great point. Rook d2 is a bit of a paper tiger. But though I suppose a good question to ask is, what is white's next move? Like if black passes, and it's not that easy to pass, actually. It's not that easy for black to make a waiting move here. But if black plays a move like king h7, which also furthers the causes of your position, does white have any independent ways to improve his position?
Maybe king h3, pawn to g4, things like that?
So expand on the king side, try to take black's attention away from white's weaknesses.
Yeah, I understand I'm liquidating, so I'm probably actually heading closer to drawish territory, but I don't see what else I'm supposed to do. Maybe bring my rook to f4 at some moment, but I know as soon as I do that, the black rook will go to c3 and go after the pawns, or as you're saying, c5 because of the tactic. So it just doesn't feel like I have anything else to do.
Let's make some moves on the board. I'm really partial to your suggestion, king to h7, because this really... Okay, he's about to play c5.
Wow.
Or so it seemed.
Yeah, he tricked us. He pulled a hezi. He goes to grab the pawn, and then he takes a step back because he's like, do I really want to trade off the pawns, or can I try to win it?
Yeah, c5 is one of those moves. If it works, amazing, draw, and maybe he wins the pawn back, because after dc5, rook c5, and while we have the analysis board, I'll point out c5, okay, d takes c5, rook takes c5, and this is just a very clean draw because the knight is attacked and then the pawn on h4 falls. It's time to sign the peace treaty. But, Robert, after c5, white also has the move d5, and things get a little bit sharp. And white even has this very crafty move, knight back to e3, which is a little bit scary to me, and maybe it's not worth allowing all of these resources. What did Don see that made him hesitate?
I like your knight e3. It's a really nice retreating move where you're hitting the rook on c2, and if it goes up to c3 to attack some more pawns, white can probably just take this pawn on c5. And black needs to prove that you've compensation, because rook takes c5. Let's say if you grab that pawn, I understand the h4 pawn is loose, but I can first protect it and then establish my knight on c4. And it just has the looks of a position where white can win even if the computer would hold.
Although I would argue maybe very concretely, black can try to go after the pawn. So like, how exactly do you defend the h4 pawn? If you play king to h3, I don't want to go rook c3 here. This would be a very bad idea because the rook is protected and I can move. But maybe I can go from the back. I can go rook c1, threatening very nasty check on h1.
I see you. Good point. Yeah, so maybe king g3 instead of king h3. Was that available?
Okay. So check, you want to go back to f2.
I'm thinking about it.
I see what you're saying. Like, suddenly it feels like black has to be ultra precise in order to avoid getting sucked into a position where white can just torture black for an eternity, essentially.
And this is the strength of a knight compared to a bishop, is that it can hop from color complex to color complex. That bishop on f6, it does have a target in its sights, the h4 pawn, but this knight can be so annoying. It went from f5 to e3 to c4, just jumping about. And that pawn on a6, that's a straggler over there. If you get a knight on c4 and your rook to d3, I know I'm asking for everything under the sun, that pawn can be targeted. So this looks not obviously drawn to me. And Donchenko, he has not played that c5 pawn push that he hovered over.
Yeah. He retracted his hand, and he seems to be close to making a move. He's now taken 15 minutes on the dot on this very important 41st move. Will he play c5? And I'm very curious, when players hesitate like this, I think we've all done it, Robert. This is just a function of playing over the board, particularly in an important game where you're making a big decision. You're nervous about it, but sometimes you actually spot like something at the last second as you're about to move. Other times, it's just purely a nervous tick. It's not like you've seen anything. or you've acquired any new information. It's more that you're like, wait. Let me just double check one more time. Let me make totally sure that I want to do this.
You need to be accurate in these end games, so you should make sure that you've got everything under control. And these lines with c5, knight to e3, you don't have to even bring the knight back if you don't want. You give up the h-pawn to have the extra pawn on the queen side. These are very big decisions. So I think Danchenko knows that he has a draw. Like, he is well aware that if he plays his position right, the draw will be within reach. But if everyone played their position right, every single game would be a draw.
Yeah, so now that he faked us out, maybe we can go back to looking at your move king h7. Wait,
I think
every
he
time I say
grab his
that.
king. Yeah, he is really hitting us with the fake outs here. And f7, king f7.
Okay, similar idea.
So g6 is on his radar. King can come up to e6, of course. This may sound ridiculous, Danya, but if white continues to press for a win, does black have some outside winning chances? I know that seems absurd, but with the black king running to the center, do you think that it's in fact Danchenko who can play for more? Prague's not careful.
Yeah, I don't think it sounds absurd at all. This is why I said when we made move 40 that maybe it's a good time to offer a draw, because I would be a little bit scared here. Black's pieces are incredibly active, and we know that material count is not the only important factor in the endgame. I don't think Prague is sitting there, concerned that his lossless streak is coming to an end. I think he knows, and he's not the kind of player to take undue risk. But listen, h4 is a target, d4 is a target, b3 is a backward pawn, and white's king is essentially confined to this corner of the board, and in some cases even subject to potential mating threats. We saw that in the c5 variation. So definitely Prague needs to be vigilant here, as well as he doesn't just have a blank check to try whatever he wants.
It looked like he was taking a nap for a second there. He had his head in his hands. He was turned away from the board, but now he is concentrated and he's yawning. Yeah, he is tired, and it's deep into the 11th round. They've already been playing this game for just about 4.5 hours now. So chess can be exhausting when you're playing at this level for such long time controls.
Have you ever fallen asleep at the board?
I have. Yes, I have. I was jet lagged flying into a tournament in France where my flight was really delayed, and I had my suitcase with me, and I fell asleep during the game and lost in 20 moves.
I had a very similar experience in Budapest, where originally I was supposed to fly in with my mom a day before the tournament. This was when I was in FM. So we come to the airport, we hand over our passports. The agent looks at us and kind of gives us a weird look. Here we go again. Your passport's expired. What do you mean by passport? That is the thing? Passports expire? It's like something you hear about and then you never think it'll happen to you. So, okay, to be fair, I was 12, so my dad was responsible for my passport, but apparently kids' passports, I don't know if it's still true, but they had a 5-year expiry, whereas adult passports had a 10-year expiry. So, boom, to the passport agency. Usually it takes 3 weeks. We get it done. I get the passport. I fly in, just like you, 1 hour or so before the first round, rush to the tournament site, and around move 15, I clearly remember this. I was thinking about the position. It was like a Petrov. So to make matters worse, it was a boring opening. And I looked at my clock and suddenly I had 12 minutes less, and I couldn't account for the past 12 minutes. And it's like when you're driving and you can't account for the stretch of freeway and anything that happened in the last 10 minutes. What was I just thinking about? And that is when I knew I was in big danger. I did manage to make a draw. And after that, it was straight to the hotel to crash for 12 hours.
Well, you survived your game. I most certainly did not, and we'll see if Pragnanda here can survive his exhaustion, because chess can be very taxing for the players, and for Prague, he is trying to exhaust all options here. But as we've been analyzing, I'm not sure I see much, and I don't think I was saying anything that's unreasonable when I suggested that if Prague isn't careful and he continues to be in the mindset where I'm going to win, I'm going to try to push, let me see what I can do. The Black King is making a mad dash right for the center, and I don't see how White would at all have the upper hand. So I do feel like Danchenko made the right decision, retreating his king one step back so he can move it one step forward next and continue heading towards the center.
Yeah. I mean, Prague, you can kind of see it there. He's not all that excited by this endgame. I wouldn't put a draw for out of the question here, particularly given the signs that he showed of being tired. And you might say, well, why is he tired? There was Duresta yesterday. But remember, this is a marathon event. The players need a lot more than a single day to recover from the incredible reserves of energy that are spent on each and every move in this tournament. Yeah, it's a very insipid type of position. Black has everything covered. The king is coming to e6. I think it's time to sign the peace agreement.
And for Pragnanda, you never really want that time to be now. You're like, I can do it. I'm up a pawn. Let me play for more. But as we are indicating, it doesn't seem like he really has any legitimate chances at this stage. So maybe it's worth dialing it back a little bit and seeing both where we came from in this game, but also as Pragnanda, he is trying to increase his rating even more. He became the Indian number one, at least temporarily. The tournament is not over with. There's a live rating. But Prague, he is pushing to 2750, and eventually he would love to get to 2800. At this stage, he can't be the youngest to ever do that. That was Alireza Firouzja with Magnus Carlsen in a not too distant second. But as you look through this list of names, do any stand out to you? Or maybe just the amount of time it took some of these players who we know are some of the best in history.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the oldest player, so to speak, in the top 10 to reach 2800, Levon Aronin 28. I mean, for the chess world, 28 is like, you were around when the Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped around the earth, and you remember the first ice age like it was yesterday. But of course, chess is getting younger, but at the same time, that's kind of a myth. I think a lot of the top players continue to show that even into your 20s and 30s, you can maintain an incredibly high level. But amazing to see throughout chess history, the players that have accomplished this no small feat, Robert. 2,800 FIDE is absolutely insane.
Oh, what an accomplishment it is. And there's a name not on the list that some Indian fans will be shocked to see. Where's Vishwanathan Anand? He didn't cross 2,800 until much later in his career. And now ratings were lower back in the day. We know how Bobby Fischer was 100 rating points higher than the next person. So it did take some time to stabilize. Players like Anatoly Karpov at their peak, maybe they could have been considered a 2,800 player in today's terms. I am not diving into inflation or deflation of ratings, but the point is that there are some players who are some of the best of all time, some world champions who were not the youngest to certain thresholds, and yet they still became the world number one or the world champion. So for Pragnanda, the future is so bright for him, and he did cross Vishwanathan Anand for the first time, something that Gukesh did last year. But what's stopping him from seeing 2,800, the highest of heights? I think the answer is the other players in this tournament and in the candidates.
Well, I think I said this in an earlier broadcast. I think when you watch Prague play now, as we see King H3, okay, this doesn't really change the nature of the position. I think we might see King E6 or maybe G6 by Danchenko. We can dive in just a second, but you get the impression that this guy has been 2,700 forever. I mean, he's got the super GM skill set. He's got the maturity and the poise. And then you realize, like 6 months ago, before the World Cup, he was under 2,700. It's crazy, the kind of just experience and class that he plays with already. It's actually quite terrifying to think where he might be with an additional year, 2 years of playing and acquiring experience at this level.
And to not put any undue pressure on him, I think he can look at his friend and compatriot Gukesh, who skyrocketed to nearly 2,760, and then, so to speak, crashed down to the 2720s, and then is having a good event here, so he'll go back towards the 2730s and 40s. But the point is, there is fluctuation for these top players. I think nobody more so than Vasily Ivanchuk Vasil, he went to 27.90 and then down to 27.20, and that people always knew like this guy's a creative genius. So the point is, some players, they go on streaks. Others are super stable where they draw most of their games, get a win here and there. Praggnanandhaa has a pretty universal style. He's willing to go for an attack. He's also willing to settle down and play for small pluses. In this game, he has a small plus, an extra pawn. But Danya, I really love watching him and the other superstars, the youngsters, play because they do bring something different, each and every one of them.
Absolutely. And when chess fans ask, okay, who is the future of chess? Who's going to be the next challenger to, I was going to say Magnus Carlsen, maybe Magnus Carlsen's supremacy over the chess world? It genuinely is very hard to say. This is not a case of us, hedging our bets, but this is a case of a completely different era in chess when there is just so many exciting talents, and you really don't know where they will all be in, forget about 5 years, like 1 year's time, as King E6, as expected, is on the board. As long as Danchenko avoids walking into a fork, I think he's going to be fine.
I think that Prague pushes that Danchenko can say, no, I'm going to play for a win. I actually think G6 happening next is a bit worrisome for Praggnanandhaa because the Black King is stepping closer to D5, the D4 pawn will drop, and a bishop is a long-range piece, and there are pawns on both sides of the board. So for Danchenko, bringing his king up to E6, I think the onus to some extent is on Praggnanandhaa to secure the half point, not let this get out of hand, because it is even. I'm not pretending otherwise, but it's the type of position that if you keep pushing and pushing, Black will suddenly have some chances of his own.
I agree completely. I think that the goalposts have shifted here. And the question earlier was, how does White put pressure, try to make use of the extra pawn? Suddenly it's, wait a second, how do I ensure that this doesn't spiral out of control? And there's many ways to lose control in this position. I was thinking maybe knight drops back to E3, but that's probably not a very good move. It just walks into rook C3. So wait a second. Prague doesn't look too concerned, but do you see a way to essentially force the issue with White?
I'm looking for it because at this point in time, I want to force a draw so I don't get in trouble. And as you mentioned, the White knight stepping back to E3 will always walk into some kind of rook C3 ideas. He just moved, or did he? I thought
G4 comes to mind. I think he hesitated.
Okay, so he's tricking us just like Danchenko did. But G4 is one of those moves that you can't take back. And, well, he retreats his knight to G3. I think that is a smart play. Hitting the H5 pawn. If Black plays G6, it doesn't come with tempo, so you can't pick up D4 at the same time.
Did he offer a draw? I mean, maybe I'm seeing ghosts, but you just never quite know because the players are usually so quiet about it that you kind of don't see it when it happens. But, okay, knight G3 hitting the pawn. G6 is very likely.
It looks like really the natural move because H5 is loose. Don't take on D4. That's a hanging pawn, sure. But then you drop your H5 pawn, and then you look like you're in some big trouble because White's pieces are in perfect position. So G6, what's the response? Knight E4, bishop takes D4. That doesn't really accomplish much.
Yes, rook F4 always walks into rook C3, and actually, very importantly, in that position, there is no tactic with knight E4 because the knight is going to be pinned. So G6, yeah, where is the draw? It's amazing how very imperceptibly this has gotten quite uncomfortable. Maybe there's also rook E3 check, Robert, with knight to E2. Maybe you can adopt, kind of turtle up and try to defend the pawn that way. We can put it on the board, and we might as well.
Let's do it.
Here, check. Here, and knight E2 also threatens this nasty check on F4.
And so if bishop takes D4, you'll throw in knight F4 check. And after king C5, king D6, rook E6 check was what I didn't like to see.
King C5, yes, very good.
And then still here, White can play a move like rook E6 or knight E6 check would force a repetition. Black playing king to D5.
Yeah.
But can White play for the G6 pawn? Can you go after...
Oh, but rook C3?
Okay, G3. I told you it's playing to lose, but it's also playing to win.
Yeah, this is. I don't know if Prague, just reading his body language, has an appetite for this kind of endgame, but I can see what you're saying. Takes, and maybe here White has some chances because the bishop is traditionally much better in a pawn race, but White has more pawns than Black after knight takes h5. So maybe Black should be a little bit more careful in this position.
And he went rook e3, so we might go down a variation like this as the rook gave the check just now.
Rook c1, knight d3. Rook c1, knight d3, king d5, maybe. No, but rook c1 doesn't actually threaten anything. Rook h1 is not checkmate, as I thought it was. It's been a long day, sorry.
That it does look like checkmate to my eyes as well, but yeah, these are some tired eyes, and rook c1 would drop the g6 pawn. So rook e3 check hasn't played out through g6. Is there maybe a point to playing your king back instead of forward? But then the rook comes to d3, so that looks wrong.
Yes, this is White's ideal setup. Rook d3, and then you start rerouting the knight. So you kind of do have to force the issue here if you're Donchenko. Yeah, king d5 will happen. I think we are... I would give it about a 75% likelihood that we get precisely that repetition that we outlined with knight e2, knight f4. Prague also might take like 15 minutes trying to decide whether he wants to take the plunge and go rook e6. But again, I just don't feel like he has the appetite for this kind of thing.
So after king d5, knight e2 is the clear move. That makes sense. And then we were looking at bishop takes d4. I wonder if there's some other move that Black can go for, some kind of prophylactic move. I'm not sure you have anything, available to you, but I could see an argument. Like, it's not like White can really improve after that point, at least not so easily.
Exactly. Wow, Donchenko really double, triple checking every move here.
Yeah, he's deep in thought. He does not want to make a mistake at this stage. That would be quite a tragic occurrence if he were to lose. So while these players, they're alone in the playing hall, all the other contestants have finished their game. We will leave them be, but we will return shortly to wrap up this game. Perhaps there is some more life to it than initially meets the eye, but that's on Prognanda to continue slugging away. And in the meantime, we're going to take a break and return for this final game of the 11th round of the 2024 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Do not go anywhere.
I chose to play the Sicilian as my main weapon with Black about 35 years ago. E4, C5. C5 is an excellent move that controls the D4 square, and when White plays D4, we're ready to capture it. This is, of course, on the Sicilian, and I think it's a really good opening for beginner and intermediate players. A lot of lower-level club players only know E4, E5. You'll have excellent chances out of the opening, and I chose the variations carefully based on my own experience of playing the Sicilian. Knight b5, we play queen b4. Now our queen can escape to a5, which defends c7. It looks good to fork the pieces, but after king d8, all of White's pieces are attacked. So knight takes, queen takes c3 check, attacking the king. We're going to take the bishop next move. Black has an extra pawn, and this knight is trapped.
That little girl is 8 and she is the strongest chess player of either sex in the world of her age. And she's just beaten me, and I'm an ex-British champion.
On a school day, I would probably take an hour in the morning for chess, and then I would come back from school at around 4, and then I think I would do chess again up till like 8, 9 stuff, and then I would go to bed.
Typical day for me. Get up, have breakfast, go out, stagger out with my broken leg to the paper shop to get the papers, meet up with people for lunch or dinner, and in the evening I often play bridge matches. Well, my father taught me when I was about 8 or 9, and I read all the chess books in the Chelsea Public Library, and I got very interested.
One of my dad's friends was throwing away some stuff during COVID, and then inside there was a chessboard, and I was curious about the pieces. So then I watched videos on YouTube and Chess Kid, and I started learning.
I'm not thinking I'm going to suddenly improve and be back in the England team. No, I just do it for enjoyment.
I think my main goal is to become a grandmaster and then probably become a women's world champion as well.
We are in the final stretch of the 11th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2024. Pragnananda has the white pieces, Alexander Donchenko, the German grandmaster, with black. And it is Pragnananda on the clock. He is up a pawn. Progress, though, does not seem available to him.
Progress?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Robert Hess, and we are witnessing the end of a long endgame grind. And Danya, before we left, we were talking about the Black King moving forward. Donchenko, he had other ideas. He steps back. And what do you make of that decision? Is it a step forward to making the draw?
Yeah, that's a very well put. It's very misleading often to try to read too much into the body language because players are not always accountable to what they look like. They don't always express exactly how they feel. It has felt like Prague has been on the cusp of offering a draw for quite a long time, but that's not necessarily the case. With that said, I'm just not seeing any kind of alternative that affords serious winning chances. With 30 minutes on the clock, Black has enough time to react to any surprise that White throws at him. And we've already established, Robert, that if you get too cute here with White, you definitely run the risk of emerging in a worse position because Black's king is more active and so are Black's pieces. So if you lose your extra pawn, Black's going to say, wait a second, no draw for you. Let's keep going.
I do like how Donchenko's handled this because instead of bringing his king forward and just going all out, he said, I'm going to restrain your pieces. So if the white knight slides back to e2, the black king is cut off, can't get to d5, sure, but the rook can go to d2, and white's pieces are frozen. And that once the rook gets to d2, if you move the rook away from the e-file, you lose your knight. if you move your rook up the e-file to e4, if we can just put this on the board because it's one game remaining and we can analyze. But after rook d2, if you play rook e4, I have rook d3 check, and I pick up your b-pawn. I don't think you want any part of that. Now we're starting to say maybe black can play for the win. So you can't really move your rook. Your king, sure, can move, but d4 is already hanging if black wants it. But I guess if you gave white 3 free moves, what do you do here? That's not just taking pieces, but like legitimate plan.
Rook d3, rook takes d2.
Well, what plan do you go for white? Because your king needs to stay in touch with the h4 pawn as well.
I think you need probably more than 3 moves to make any kind of headway here. I mean, king g3, king f3, and g3 would be nice. The issue is h4 is too weak. In short, white suffers from 2 main issues. The pieces are too passive, and there are too many individual weaknesses that you have to babysit. So white cannot find anything like a meaningful configuration that gives you chances. Really shows the power of the bishop in lording over the position and really challenging white, attacking all of the weaknesses and keeping white's activity at bay. Maybe you can play g4, but this is just tantamount to a draw for black, and just take on d4. The variations here are too simple. I don't think Pragg will just play to play. You know, I think he will offer the draw if he doesn't see anything more meaningful. By the way, for some reason, my headphones lost their entire battery in the span of like 45 minutes. So here I go with another 5-second replacement. So go ahead, Robert.
Okay, well, I'll try to replace you as ably as I possibly can, just talking about this position. It does feel like the draw is inevitable. I guess one thing that I wanted to ask is, let's say white started with move king g3 here, that if white plays king g3 and black takes on d4, this is my one question that I have, and we trade on d4, the split pawns for black, is it even a small deal, or is it just, okay, it's clearly a draw? Because what typically you aim for in these positions is, let's say rook c3 and black goes back instead of going rook b4 to counter attack. If black plays move like rook to d6, like, is this type of position one where white can maybe play for a little something? I doubt it, but I just figured I'd ask.
Yes, and I think a lot of less experienced endgame players, they succumb in this way, especially if the white rook is able to get to a5. But even this is a dead draw. And knight e2 has been played, so Pragg he's making an attempt. He might as well. I mean, you're already there. Knight e2 played. Rook d2 will follow. And that should be all that she wrote.
Not much life left in this one, because black is going to pick up the d4 pawn, as we showed that continuation. That is a draw. So for Praggnanandhaa, he made the candidates by finishing second in the World Cup. It was an unbelievable run from him. He defeated both Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, amongst others, to make it to the final, where he bowed out. Oh, he also beat Arjun Erigaisi. How could we forget? He lost the first game, won on demand, and then won in the tiebreak. So he had many Super Grandmaster wins to his name. He lost to Magnus Carlsen in the tiebreaks. He became a household name in India. So he has what it takes to beat the best. He's proven that online and in person. And if he can win the Candidates tournament that's coming up in just a couple months, and if he does that first step and then wins the World Championship as well, he's going to be in the conversation as one of the youngest to ever do it, one of the greatest achievements. So for Praggnanandhaa, he wouldn't be at the top of this list. You see, Ho Yifan was the youngest woman world champion. Nuribeka Busatarov became the youngest world rapid champion at just 17 years old. And then Maya Chiburnidze, she was the women's world champion at 17 years old as well. Bibi Sara, she won the women's world blitz twice. So she had that feat. So many impressive achievements from this list of players.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep getting younger. And for Pragg, such an impressive Ponomarev there on that graphic. Praggnanandhaa definitely. I think he has what it takes.
This is a youngster who already has he does, and whoever makes out of the candidates has to face off against Ding Liren. And when Ding is in his best, but look at Pragananda. This is somebody who is determined to make it to the World Championship title, but he also looks like somebody who recognizes his winning chances in this game and maybe in this tournament, Danya, are no longer there.
Yeah, I mean, clearly he was hoping to win this game. Alexander Donchenko is, he's no slouch. He's won a game this tournament against none other than Alireza Firouzja. I think in general, the lower rated players in the field, Ju and Jun, Donchenko really showing that maybe apart from opening preparation on most axes, they can definitely compete with the top guys in any given game. They're capable of scoring an upset. But that doesn't mean Prague will not be disappointed at this result. He undoubtedly will be. He was hoping to win this game, but it's not meant to be. And without further ado, Donchenko, bishop takes d4, is on the board. And we will get liquidation out. Robert, I would point out that white might even win a pawn, technically, after knight takes rook c3, but that position is still a dead draw. I actually think there's a high probability that we follow exactly that sequence.
Well, then it's up to Pragananda. Does he really want to continue in that endgame, which should be a draw? It's a well-known theoretical draw. Donchenko is a player who has studied his classics, his endgame manuals. So as we look at this position, it could be an extra pawn for Pragananda that gives him some outside chances to play for a win. But does Black even have to allow that, Daniel? Like after the swap of minor pieces on d4 and the rook come to c3, maybe Black can get passive for the moment and then bring the king closer to the c-pawn and then release the rook at the right time. I'm not sure that's even worth doing, but it's something to consider.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's totally possible. I think it's a matter of taste. It's on the board, rook to c3. So just to be clear what we're talking about, rook to d6 is a draw. Rook to b4 sacrifices, gives up one of the pawns, but it's not just a theoretical draw. Not all theoretical draws are the same, but it's, I think, a very, very straightforward draw where Black essentially just has to sit and wait as long as you can keep White's king confined.
And Donchenko has not responded just yet, but will bring his rook to b4, as you said. He can go after the b3 pawn. He can also slide back if he wants a more passive defense for the time being, but the white rook will get active to c5 and a5, and Pragananda puts on the glasses, but I don't think his eyes are the issue. It's just that Donchenko is a tenacious defender.
It was a good game by Donchenko. We didn't give this game, perhaps the airtime that it deserved, as rook b4 is Alexander's choice, but Prague was able to put some serious pressure on Donchenko toward the time control. He got close, but at the end of the day, it was very tenacious, very precise defensive skill by Donchenko. What a great experience it is for him to play these guys for 13 straight rounds. Robert, just think about the kind of impact it might make on Donchenko's chess journey. He's got different goals. He's not looking to become world champion. He's looking to cross 2,700 one day, but maybe this is what gives him that impetus. These are the games that give him the information that he needs to determine what he needs to work on in order to make that additional push. He's also a super nice guy. I listened to some interviews, really well-spoken, classy, easy to root for. Okay, rook takes a6. Now, what's the easiest way to draw here? This was my one slight reservation. If you play rook a3 and put the rook behind the pawn, which he does, white can play king g2 and get out of the cage, but I guess that just doesn't help.
Right, because Black will check the king, and if the white king runs on over towards that a-pawn, then you will drop the g-pawn, and you're not fast enough in your attempt to promote. So for Donchenko, he can play king g7, as you're mentioning. At some point, white will have to bring the rook up to the last rank, push the a-pawn, but if you push it all the way to a7, then the game immediately ends in a draw, theoretically speaking, and if you don't do that, you're not making any progress. So there's nowhere really to run if you are Prague.
Yes, a5. I mean, they're going to go through the motions. They are going to make all of the standard moves here. He might even bring the pawn all the way up to a7. But again, the theoretical endgames are not all the same. Theoretical draws are not all the same. Some you have to demonstrate skill. You have to know a certain technique. Here, the only technique you have to know is, to sit and wait. Donchenko's cat could do it. I don't know if he has a cat, but if he did, he could make a draw here.
Well, look at this player on screen here, Pragananda. He has his pen ready, so that shows me he knows how simple it is. Right, when the player doesn't even drop their pen, they're just waiting for that quick response. And for Danchenko, this is an endgame that is well studied, not just from Dvoretsky's endgame manual, but there's plenty of resources out there that teach you that when your rook is behind the enemy passer, you're doing a great job. Look at the white rook on 8. It has limited real estate. If the rook situation were reversed, we're talking about a completely different outcome. So the fact that the white rook is in front of the pawn is a bad thing for your winning chances.
Well, white is unable to penetrate. And, okay, king f2. Yeah, this is the perfect spot. Rook on a3 is prime real estate. Multitasks beautifully, cuts off the king, and limits the scope of white's rook. It's just a matter of whether Pragg offers a draw here, or will he make a couple more meaningless moves. If he pushes a7, black continues to wait. The one thing to avoid for newer players, of course, is to play king f7 and to allow rook h8, but that's not going to happen.
But a very instructive note that if the black king were closer to the center, that sounds like a good thing, because so many people think, I need to go run after that pawn and grab it. But if the black king takes any step towards that pawn, you lose the game on the spot. And that is why the king stays on the rook file. It's super instructive for those viewers at home who are newer. And here's another example. That pawn on g3, there's nothing defending it, but do not touch it. Don't move your rook from behind that pawn until the white king tries to join the party, and then give it the many checks that you can when the king runs up the board for white.
Exactly. If white wants to lose the game, it is possible, and I've done this in Blitz. It's possible to get mated if you get your king to g5 and black has a rook on f5 or on g4. That is mate. But yeah, I mean, you can see just with the speed, the players would not be blitzing out their moves if they believed that there was any intrigue left in the position. The moment white's king reaches b6, black starts to deliver a barrage of checks. Then, the moment white loses contact with the a-pawn, the rook can either continue to check as long as possible, or it can return back to a1, having ensured that white's rook is once again paralyzed on a8. Drop.
And there's a draw offer, and agreed. That is a fair result. Some stubborn, sturdy defense from Alexander Danchenko. He says to Pragnanda, no, you will not get closer to Nodirbek Abdusattorov and the other leaders. He holds him to a draw. And so for Pragnanda, that means he's a full point behind Nodirbek. That's not good news for him. And some of the other players, Wei Yi and Vidya Gujarati, they got the job done. So they are joining Pragg in a tie, a full point behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is alone in first.
Yeah, great stuff by Danchenko. This was the final game of a day that was a little bit on the shorter side, but we cannot measure the intrigue of the rounds by the time that they take. That is one thing that we know for sure. This round was absolutely fascinating from the very first moves, and that isn't kind of a worn cliche either. Literally, after 5 or 6 moves, we already had some fascinating positions, particularly Wei Yi, his Vienna victory, paying homage to the greats of the past as he knocks out Max Warmerdam, deals him his 3rd consecutive loss. And of course, huge result, Vidit wins with black, Robert against Parham.
That game was a masterclass or a grandmaster class in opening preparation, and then finding the tactics when they became available. So for Vidya Gujarati, a win with black, he's getting this tournament back to where it started. All these decisive games won by the players with the second move. But as we see in the standings, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he beats Ju and Jun. He's alone in first. Gukesh, half a point behind, clears second. And then we see a log jam of players. Anish Giri, who I forgot about because he drew Yana Pomchi so long ago. Anish, Pragnanda, Vidit, and Wei Yi, 6.5 points, and they can catch Nodirbek if Nodirbek stumbles, but that's a big if at this stage, considering how strong his play has been. And then you see it sort of drop off from there. Yana Pomchi and Alireza Fruja, 6 out of 11. Decent score, but not in contention for first.
And it's crazy that we have a 5-way tie for last place. I mean, you do not get that every day. It looks like everybody in the world has 4 points, including Ju and Jun, Alexander Danchenko, the lowest rated players who are still probably gaining rating and holding their heads up high, holding their against these incredibly powerful players. And speaking of powerful players, we do not have long to wait until they make another appearance in Demorion. That'll be tomorrow, Robert. Let's take a look at the matchups.
As per usual, we are going to circle some matchups that are of particular note. And the one I'll circle is Jordan von Forest. That's the second matchup you see on the screen here with the white piece against Anish Giri, because it's a friendship, but also a bit of a rivalry. Two players, the only two in this field to have won Vaikonze before. But for Jordan, at the bottom of the standings, for Anish towards the top, it means a bit more to one of them than the other. So I think that one, it could really go either way depending on the fighting mood of the players.
And two other games that could go either way, Gukesh versus Prague, another Indian Derby, a game with massive standings implications, and Vidit trying to build off of his impressive win today. Both he and Noterbeck are on fire right now, supremely confident. Will we see Vidit taking big risks with the white pieces? Will we see him play it safe and try to preserve his incredible tournament record? Not a single loss for Vidit and Prague. They're the only two players who have not lost a game. But if you're playing for tournament victory, Robert, with 2 rounds to go, you don't have a lot of time to catch up. We might see some serious risk taking. We might see the influence of fatigue, and we're definitely in for more super exciting action tomorrow.
Some awesome matchups are in store for you all. We talked about Gukesh and Pragananda, Vidit and Noterbeck, and there are going to be some clashes. And today was round 11. Tomorrow begins the penultimate round, round 12, January 27th, same time, same place. And for those of you who like to schedule ahead, that final round on the 28th, it starts 2 hours earlier. So you should keep that in mind, that the the last round is earlier than, is it later? I don't think it's later. That might be a mistake. When does the final round ever start later?
Yes, I don't think I've ever heard of that. It's earlier. It should be 6:15 a.m. Eastern time. So I will definitely have to be up bright and early. But that's the final round. We still have our penultimate round tomorrow. Robert, what a beautiful way to kick off the weekend. More Tata Steel action and everything yet to be decided still.
That's true. So the final round will be 2 rounds earlier. The players, they may need to conserve some energy. They don't like those earlier rounds, but in Vaikonze, the energy has been felt through the game. Some fantastic tactics. Wei Yi, in particular, Vidit Gujarati, Noterbeck of Dusatarov playing some mesmerizing chess. So Danya and I will say goodbye for now, but when we return tomorrow, we may have a tournament that's even closer, or we'll see Noterbeck continue to balloon his lead. It's a tight race. This is Vaikonze. It's Tata Steel Chess 2024. So we will see you tomorrow, same time, same place.